guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Treasury Department and IRS officials are predicting a 10% drop in tax receipts by next year.
That would equal about $500 billion in lost revenue. An analysis by the Washington Post says it's the result of people not filing taxes and more than 11,000 IRS employees let go under the Trump administration. There are also plans to fire another 20,000 agency employees. A Treasury spokesperson calls the projections sensational and baseless. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Consumer confidence fell for the fourth straight month in the month of March.
The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index slid more than 7 points, largely due to inflation worries and uncertainty. The Expectations Index, which measures the short-term outlook for income, business, and the labor market, dropped to its lowest level in 12 years. March's fall in confidence was broad-based across all income groups, with older Americans becoming especially gloomy about the economy. I'm Michael Kastner.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he's spoken with President Trump about moving NASA headquarters to Space Coast.
That was the subject of a bill filed by Florida's new U.S. Senator Ashley Moody.
This was an easy decision for me to get behind, moving NASA headquarters from Washington, D.C. to the Florida Space Coast.
The governor was asked about it while in Brevard County today.
It fits right in with DOGE because right now they are planning on spending over $500 million to build a new NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. Their current headquarters has been vacant for 4 years. Like literally almost nobody shows up to this.
DeSantis says there's already an expansion underway at the Kennedy Space Center, and he believes that could save taxpayers $500 million and have people in the agency where the action is. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Stocks edged higher on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 4 points. The S&P 500 added 9 points. The Nasdaq gained 83 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
An oversight session on Georgia's abortion ban and how it limits doctors' abilities to care for patients was hosted by U.S. Senator Jon Ossoff.
Callie Harper of Savannah is one of two women who spoke about how the current 6-week ban prevented her doctor from providing the necessary medical care, which led to a life-threatening infection.
The trauma, the fear, the pain, it was unbearable. The sheer terror of not knowing if I would survive and if my daughter would survive. All of it was a direct consequence of a law that failed to recognize the urgent realities of maternal health care.
Senator Ossoff said his office will keep investigating Georgia's maternal health crisis and the effects of the state's abortion ban. The current law prohibits abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy, except in certain cases outlined in the Heartbeat bill. I'm Liz Kennedy.
The delivery app DoorDash is now offering customers the ability to finance their fast food purchases. Texas financial strategist Bill Dendy is critical of the move, saying that it's preying upon those with bad credit.
If you can't manage the credit well enough to have a basic credit card, going to another app provides more problems.
He says if you have to finance a burrito, it's time to look at your spending habits and make some changes. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.13. Mono County, California tops out at $5.88 a gallon, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.52. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
On my calculations, it is go time, showtime. So here we go. Welcome aboard the Probably the last time we'll hear Josh Malloy for a few days. I don't think I'll have access to that from Louisville. Because in a matter of hours, that's where we'll be headed. Ready or not. Final day leading up to the Mid-America Truck Show. That'll kick off Thursday. But first things first, we've got to roll into Hump Day, and that's what we're going to do from time zone to time zone. Turn the page on the calendar, 26th day of March, where we are live from the Hotshot Secret Hidden Bunker. Rolling into Hump Day, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. So what do you say? We'll make our way to the halfway point for the work week. All right, overall, looking at the traveler's weather, a lot of folks heading in from all over the country and actually numerous other countries will be arriving in Louisville for the big show. Relatively quiet at this point in time, not too bad as we head into Thursday, Friday, and even Saturday. Things may get a little ugly for all the exhibitors trying to tear things down, get all the equipment out, the trucks and exhibits. It comes Sunday. Yeah, they continue to forecast another major, possibly severe weather outbreak coming our way for the weekend as a whole. Early in the weekend, it's going to be in the central states, but let's start things off here as where we are rolling into Wednesday. I got a few showers over southeastern Ohio, western portions of West Virginia, and the southwest corner of Pennsylvania. In some areas, there's enough cold air in place where you got a little bit of snow mixing in. Showers and a bit of snow will be scattered from the northern and eastern Great Lakes to the northern and central Appalachians through our Wednesday here. Most of these showers will not accumulate. We could see a few small slushy accumulations where that snow may persist for a few more minutes, mainly over the higher elevations. Yeah, the big surge of warmth, though, is going to be across the plains and the Mississippi Valley. So there's the second half of the weekend into the weekend. By this weekend, that warmth is going to spill eastward, east of the Appalachians in full force, from the lower part of the mid-Atlantic to the deep south. Some areas may be looking at some of the warmest temperatures we've seen so far this spring. A big differential between temperatures is going to set up in the northeast, though. In a difference of a couple dozen miles, temperatures may vary from north to south, as well as east to west by anywhere from 30 to as much as 50 degrees. Based on the latest information, temperature forecast in this zone could change from one day to the next. In the Midwest, Nashville, you've hit 80 degrees a couple times this month. By Friday, you may very well approach 80 degrees once again. Richmond, Virginia, you hit 77 degrees on March the 20th. Your forecast to reach the upper 70s to near 80 degrees as you roll into the weekend. Few areas may even challenge some record daily highs where the sun's out. All right, in the east, such conditions have been very limited so far this year. A lot of folks are going to be taking the opportunity to get out, get a little vitamin D, get some sunshine. It looks like the warmth may not be able to stick around very long over the northern tier of the Midwest, much of New England and some of the coastal areas of the Mid-Atlantic, as a large storm is going to form over the central states this weekend. We'll see a swath of wintry mix or wet snow on the northern side of this system. That's going to be pretty much confined up near the Canadian border in the Midwest, and perhaps further to the south on over into parts of New England. That's the big system that's going to be rolling ashore on the west coast here as we head into midweek. But here's what we have coming up for the weekend: the potential for a large area of severe weather. will be ramping up. We're talking all these warmer temperatures, warming near 80 degrees, the clash of the air masses. Saturday, a southern tracking storm will be bringing some flooding rain and some drought relief at the same time for portions of Texas. That'll be from Thursday into Friday. That's later going to compete with a larger storm brewing out west. Now, once that southern system moves off the east, there's going to be the potential for things to really beginning to explode with severe weather over the Mississippi Valley, depending on the amount of sunshine and moisture, the warmth that builds into that region. Over a dozen states may be at risk for severe weather by Sunday, ranging from damaging winds to large hail and, yes, tornadoes, depending on the track of the storm. That severe weather threat likely to continue further to the east on Sunday. Heavy, gusty, severe thunderstorms will by then stretch from Maryland and Delaware all the way down to northern Florida. Meanwhile, in the storm's southwestern corridor, another round of strong winds kicking up dust, increasing the wildfire risk may occur this weekend. This would be over portions of the southern high plains, where the rain from that storm Thursday and Friday, as well as any rain from the new storm, doesn't fall. Further to the north, on the northern flank, like several other similar storms we've seen this month, there will be that corridor of old man winter, snow and ice once again. Wintry precipitation may extend from central Colorado and eastern Wyoming to parts of the Dakotas, Minnesota, northern portions of Wisconsin, Michigan, then on into northern portions of New York. Several hours of freezing rain may lead up to a buildup of ice from late Friday night to early Saturday in parts of northern Minnesota, eastward to portions of Vermont and Massachusetts. So a big clash of the air masses. But where's that separating line? Warmer temperatures to the south and cold enough for your wintry precipitation. They're on the northern side. Coming up, we'll take a look at our, again, big storm that's going to be rolling into the western USA. Soggy conditions, possibly some flooding rainfall, as a matter of fact. First things first, hello to Philly Dan. Been out for a couple days, huh? Good morning from the city of brotherly love, he says. Haven't been feeling good the past couple of days, so been sleeping in. All right, good to have you back with us there, Philly Dan. Hello to Marianne, Pappy on board. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour. Yes, hey, Mike, what day is it? Horse Feathers has to make that official. 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit. For the last time this week, we're raising the FR3 antenna in the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker. Next time, the overnight drive is broadcasting. It'll be coming to you live above ground from Louisville, Kentucky. It's about 99 miles from the secret bunker. So snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Pack up the kids, the dog, and, your other half before you hit the highways headed to Louisville. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Y'all get there and get home safely. Are you with me? All right, I guess, Pappy, you're not going to get a chance to come down, say hello. He's done that a couple of times over the years. Good afternoon. Larry, hammer down. Be safe out there. Rubber Duck, I guess you've succeeded in your long journey. Home sweet home. I made it. 993 air miles. There is no place like home. It was kind of cool. The grandkids came in and met me at the baggage claim. Kind of like I met my dad. All right, ride safe, gang, and this Coors is for you. So, all right, good chance to kick your feet up, relax a little bit. Yeah, air travel, good times. Tank is in the house. Happy hump day, 60 degrees here in Acoma, New Mexico. We're doing the Santa Rosa turnaround. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Shorty, where are we at? Mount Airy, North Carolina. 55 degrees at this hour. Columbus bound. This is your last live this week, correct? Yeah, live from midnight to 5. We will be live from Louisville during the daylight hours, broadcasting while the sun is actually out. But then, yeah, for the midnight to 5, for the overnighters, you'll catch the replay of our recordings and interviews there. And I've got my interview list. Man, they got me kind of packed and stacked. It's going to be busy, busy, busy. Yeah, people coming in and out of our busy, busy studio from Louisville. Santa Claus, top of the morning, 84 degrees here in Las Vegas. I'll be listening in tonight. I got your email a few minutes ago. Let me pull that up. What do you have here? Santa Claus. All right, 84 degrees. I should be there in half an hour. Currently on the plane's Wi-Fi. I'm going to have a 12-hour layover in Sin City. I may just buy a bus pass and head down the strip to the Fremont Street experience, because that sure beats sleeping in the airport. I'm going to have eye surgery, jury duty, and do my taxes. So hopefully in 3 weeks I'll be headed back to Toronto from Sacramento, this time in my pickup truck, for some more recovery time with my brother-in-law there. All right, Santa Claus out. And by the way, I'll maybe send you some photos of my time in Las Vegas, if they're not too risque. But I'll be listening into the show tonight, and he just chimed in. Yeah, I made it. All right, sent me the photograph there. Well, where are we at the airport there in Las Vegas? All right, 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, what do you say? Heat Wave checks in from Flagstaff, Arizona. Had a blowout on the dolly today. I'm feeling kind of deflated. It was over 100 degrees in Phoenix today. What the heck? All right, hello to Neil as we roll into a brand new day. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion pool hauler. 37 degrees under clear, starlit skies in the heart of the corn patch. Just loaded my powerful chrome-plated cow truck for an overloaded high-speed trip east across America's heartland. An epic night for some large car trucking. Have a safe trip and enjoy your time there in Louisville. Special shout out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock in Iowa. Now, who we got sneaking in via the back door here?
Hey, Steve, how's it going, buddy?
What's happening?
Oh, just down here in Louisville, getting this booth ready for you guys. Looking forward to it.
All right. So, who've I got on the line?
Yeah, Kyle.
Oh, okay. I didn't recognize your voice.
I called your back door line. Yeah.
Well, on the screen it says Robert, and I'm like, I don't know, somebody. So I don't know. Maybe that's. Anyway, what's going on, Kyle? Hell, it's been a long time.
It has been. Yeah, we've been busy, but down here since Sunday and day 3 getting this booth set up, but got another day to go. But we're almost there.
So how we looking? We're in the same locale we were for the last couple of years, right?
Yep, same spot, same booth. 12036, I believe that is, but same location everyone's used to going. Just finished up today, setting up the overnight drive booth, and we're going to be testing that in the morning to make sure all that's up and running, but just got the Bostrom seats in there, nice and comfortable to be sitting for yourself and the guests. And,
okay.
Got a stacked list for you, as I just heard you mention.
Yes, packed and stacked, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to hear much of you. We're just going to have guests on the whole time, it sounds like. So
that's fine.
We're going to give you a break.
I like that idea. So
you and I can go sneak out the side door there and just let them talk all day.
Catch a smoke. So have you had a chance to look around at all? I mean, it's a totally different configuration. All that, that whole west wing has been kind of shuffled over. And I guess there was a lot of unused space, on the far end of that south wing. So everything looks like it's really going to be a packed house, from aisle to aisle.
Honestly, I haven't left that corner of North Hall.
Really? Okay. Haven't had a chance to see anything. Okay.
No, but I will say I was talking to somebody. I was talking to Joe Morrow, and he said that he's going to be at Volvo almost the whole show. And I remember going, Volvo's going to be there? And then I was talking to Bruce Wilson, and he's got that Scania truck there, and I think another OEM he had mentioned. So I don't know. I'm always so in the weeds of getting these shows set up and executed and everything. Are the OEMs back? I mean, are they filling this place with them now, or I guess there are some changes, but I'm just not aware of what's going on.
Yeah, well, that's the whole deal. What used to be the West Wing, which you probably never even really got over there. It was the whole area that was kind of like a flea market. That's not being accessed this year. It's going to be clean. Everything's going to be in the north and the south wings. So
yeah, I think you're right. Like they're probably using more of the south because they're tearing down the west, I believe, right?
At some point in time, that may be the case. I never really understood why that wing wasn't being used this year, but
well, I hear they're expanding quite a bit. They're adding a huge part to it, and I think the west wing's got to come down for the expansion. So
gotcha.
I saw some big sign up there, kind of showing future growth kind of thing. So I think it's something to do with the building on.
For Hot Shot Secret, for folks that can't get out there or down there, wherever you'd be coming from, we always have some special deals that you can only access there at the truck show. You got anything for those who maybe can't make it in to maybe order online during the show?
Nope. Come see us or you get nothing. We got honestly, I don't know. I did see that I just got an email about our April promos, so I'm sure there's some April stuff coming up. But the big stuff, you got to come to Matt's. That's where it's at. So we have awesome deals in the booth. We're going to have 30% off all our products. We got some special big bundles of Diesel Extreme and gas and EDT gallons for the big trucks. A big bunch of it for a really good discount, and we've got some new. I'm not going to say everything, so we got to save some for when we go live from the show. But we got some new Steve Summers overnight drive stuff. we got some really cool vehicles in the booth. Not one, but 2 vehicles in the booth this year. And we're excited about that. So there's going to be some nice eye candy. A lot of horsepower is going to be in the booth once again.
Okay, so that's all top secret till we get down there to see what we've got.
Yep, and I think you're going to have a front row picture to all of them like you normally do. So we'll be setting up the cameras in the morning. So I think all the viewers will be able to get a good view of the booth and see all that we got planned for it.
Okay. Well, I mean, looking forward to it apprehensively. You know me. I'm out of my element, but everything normally runs smoothly, so I'm looking forward to rolling down. I think we're going to head out maybe like at the noon hour. You can get down there maybe like 2 in the afternoon. So we'll stop over there and see how things are looking.
Sounds good. Yep, we're looking forward to it. Always a fun time of the year for us, and hope we get a lot of the listeners to always stop by. It's always good to catch up with, the Overnight Drive family and see how everybody's doing. It's kind of like our annual family reunion, it feels like.
Absolutely, yeah. Hey, and I wanted to ask you, you actually have someone living in your home. It's kind of a relative of mine. But I got to get my news break first, so hang in there. I won't keep you long there, Kyle, but we'll be right back. Rolling into a Wednesday, hump day. If that wasn't a teaser, what was? A relative living in Kyle's house. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Treasury Department and IRS officials are predicting a 10% drop in tax receipts by next year.
That would equal about $500 billion in lost revenue. An analysis by the Washington Post says it's the result of people not filing taxes and more than 11,000 IRS employees let go under the Trump administration. A Treasury spokesperson calls the projections sensational and baseless. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Consumer confidence fell for the 4th straight month in the month of March.
The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index slid more than 7 points, largely due to inflation worries and uncertainty. The Expectations Index, which measures the short-term outlook for income, business, and the labor market, dropped to its lowest level in 12 years. March's fall in confidence was broad-based across all income groups, with older Americans becoming especially gloomy about the economy. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
With winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, welcome back. Kicking off a Wednesday, hump day, midweek coming on. Back with Kyle Fisher. So, yeah, you hear, I guess it's been a couple months now. The time is flying by, but you adopted, did you get the boy or the girl?
I got the girl.
So you adopted the sister of Ace. We named ours Ace. What'd you name her?
Cassie. So, yeah, we got extended family, don't we?
Yes, indeed. So, man, how big is Kathy getting? I can't believe how fast Ace is growing.
She's lanky, so she's kind of skinny, but she's getting big quick. And, you know, the funny thing is I have a new employee on our event team that just joined me and Matt. You know, Matt joined me last year this time. So his first event was Matt's. And so he just turned a full year, and just this week we brought a new guy onto the team, and it's Gary, who's the dog father.
Gary, the dog guy.
Exactly.
How about that?
So it was funny. He was just showing me pictures today of your pup, and I even saw Turbo there in the background. So I guess Turbo's still it wasn't a Turbo replacement. It's a Turbo friend, huh?
And Turbo took him in just like he's a daddy. I mean, they play together. I mean, Ace is getting so big now. He's getting a little rough for Turbo because Turbo's getting old. But yeah, they play. They have a great time together.
Yeah, I got the same thing going on. I got Mabel, my crazy girl dog that just beat the snot out of the new puppy, and now the new puppy's gotten them almost as big as her. So it's kind of payback time. So
yep.
It's getting interesting. So we got to get the brother and sister together.
So is Gary going to be down there for the show, or?
Yeah, Gary's here. Gary's just sleeping already because Gary's younger than all of us, and he goes to bed at like 9 o'clock every night. So me and Matt are still up, but
okay,
we go wake him up if you want. That'd be fun. Just put him right on the air.
So Matt's going to be there. I mean, I think Ryan told me Matt's kind of setting up all the equipment, and I don't know. We downloaded the My Road to That Road this past day. Josh handled that for me, so everything should be good to go.
Yeah, we hope so. We're going to do a run through tomorrow. Everything kind of got plugged in today, and we're going to do a test for first thing tomorrow. Actually, not first thing, since you just updated me on what time you're arriving. I might not get up so early tomorrow. It might give me an extra couple hours of sleep there. But yeah, we're gonna do a run through tomorrow.
Okay. And I guess you're going to have, you get the race season is getting underway, and I guess the NTPA is going to be kicking off, and there's a little bit of everything. Louisville, it's called the Truck Show, but I mean, you've got racers, you've got NASCAR people, you've got dirt racers, you've got the tractor pull folks. Got a lot of your friends going to be there chatting with us this year?
Yeah, I hope so. Well, they're not having the poll at Matt's this year. I guess there's, I don't know, some falling out on that side of things. So the tractor pull they usually have on Saturday is not happening this year. So I think a lot of our normal pulling friends that are down there for the pull aren't going to make it.
Okay.
But we still expect a good crowd. And I've got, we always have some of our sponsored racers. I know we've got, I think Austin Denny, one of my sponsored diesel drag racers, always attends the show, and we got him scheduled to go on and talk with you. And we've got a puller that will be in scheduled to talk to you, but I can't tell you who that is because that gives away what's going to be in the booth.
Okay.
And I will say this much: what we have in the booth is not one. First time I've ever had two vehicles in the booth, and I would say power to weight ratio is very impressive. I would say, what do you say, Matt? 6,000 horsepower at least in that booth.
Oh boy,
6,000 horsepower.
100 pounds.
And yeah, about 2 tons total between two vehicles.
Okay.
And 6,000 horsepower. So you guys can do the math on that, and we got some really cool things in the booth. So.
Sounds
looking
great.
Forward to it.
All right, and I just saw they got the opening reception for the silent auction there for the St. Christopher Fund. Somebody's going to get a good deal. They have that silent auction. Got 2 gallons of the everyday diesel treatment and 2 gallons of the diesel extreme, I think, in the silent auction over there.
Yep. We donated that to the auction, so hopefully that helps raise some money for them. It's something we like to support every year when we come down here. And and actually that same bundle was about $345 or something like that.
Yeah, so $345 value for $240.
Yeah, so I think it's about a $350 value that we donated for them for the auction.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually the same bundle box that's going to be our Matt special this year that we're selling for I think $240 out the door with tax and everything. So it's a good long supply of Diesel Extreme and EDT, a couple of gallons of each. And we brought a certain number of them, so we don't have a lot of those packages. So
okay.
When they're gone, they're gone. But it's time to stock up on Diesel Extreme and EDT. Matt's is the place to do it, and you can always stop by our booth, grab one, and catch the overnight drive while you're there.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Well, I'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. 12, 13 hours, something like that. So hopefully smooth sailing down to Louisville. Sounds like we got beautiful weather coming up for the weekend.
We do. It looks like great weather. This whole week it kind of looked a little like it was going to be down, but it's been wonderful. So, and it's only going to get better. So looking forward to good weather. Looking forward to seeing my overnight drive family and catching up with you, Steve. So hope everybody, if you weren't planning on make it, change your plans, make it. And come on down and see us. And we'll see you here tomorrow, Steve, and see the rest of you guys this weekend.
All right. Looking forward to it. There you go. Kyle Fisher. I was pulling up what do we see for the Louisville? I know temperatures are going to be nice. What do we got? Some morning clouds, then afternoon sun for today, Wednesday. High temperature, about 59, so not bad. Thursday, opening day of the show. Looks like overnight lows only going to be about 53, 61 for the high. Then look at Friday. Now, they're talking a lot of cloud cover, but 79, the forecast high for Friday afternoon. And it looks like right now, that big storm that's supposed to be coming together over the weekend, we could see some of the early shower activity from that on Saturday. It's about a 60% chance of rain for Saturday, final day of the show. Then, of course, as I've been talking about Sunday, that big storm, thunderstorms are in the forecast with a high of like 72 there. Yeah, so there's the current breakdown for the weather in Louisville, Kentucky. Hey, we'll get back over to some of our listening friends. Check it in here on a Wednesday, hump day, as we like to refer to it. Measles back in the news. What's going on? Health officials, they tell us, in Washington, D.C., have confirmed a case of measles in a patient who visited multiple locations while contagious. This individual traveled through the nation's capital within the last week, including 2 Amtrak stations and an urgent care center. Anyone who's unvaccinated or those who got their MMR shots, measles, mumps, rubella, before 1968 and came in contact with this person is being urged to contact your health care provider. The patient traveled on an Amtrak Northeast Regional 175 train southbound from Union Station on March 19 between like 7 and 11 p.m. Then they visited the MedStar Urgent Care in Columbia Road on the 22nd of March between like 7 and 11 p.m. This has been in the headlines quite a bit in recent weeks. This growing measles outbreak has infected over 300 people, mostly in Texas, which is more than the number of total cases we saw in the entire country last year. All right, the health alert in D.C. just weeks after health officials in Maryland confirmed 3 cases in residents who had traveled abroad and passed through Washington Dulles Airport. These are not related to the outbreaks in Texas and New Mexico, and I guess Oklahoma as well. Details surrounding the D.C. case have not yet been provided. Not clear if this is linked to international travel. But D.C., they say, has the lowest vaccination rate in the DMV at around 92% of kindergartners. Lower than the 95% you need to kind of shut out measles. In Virginia, the rate's 94%. It's 97% in Maryland. According to high vaccine coverage is what you need to prevent outbreaks because this virus is so infectious. About 9 out of 10 unvaccinated people will catch it if they are exposed. It is described as the most infectious disease known to man. Now, in response to the cases, one medical health care provider is offering vaccine appointments for those who may not have immunity. Being operated by Amazon, they do say boosters are recommended for those vaccinated before 1968. You received, I guess, less effective versions of the vaccine. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Hello to Bob in Michigan. And we'll head out to, where are we at? Arizona? Somewhere, Flagstaff, Arizona. Senior Heat Wave.
Yeah. Good morning, Senior. Yeah, I'm just a mile away from Interstate 40. I can see it going by. Back and forth, back and forth. Oh, Lordy, I tell you what, the Arizona State Troopers, they've been out in full force up here. I don't know what's going on. But
they've got a 2-day, there's a 2-day blitz going right now. I have that in my industry headlines. Yep, sure enough.
Does it include four-wheelers? Because this old boy's been on it for at least a good 40 minutes. I don't know what's going on with this one. But, yeah, they got 2 rest areas that are now just basically truck parking spots here south of Flagstaff, and they had some state trooper come out of the northbound one, and he went to the southbound one in one hell of a hurry, and he was lighting up the world, and his buddy was coming up behind him as fast as he could. So, yeah, there's something going on. Yeah, over 100 in Phoenix earlier today. My God. Ain't this a little bit early? I'm expecting, hundreds maybe around, the first week of April. Good night. If they have any eggs out there that ain't hard-boiled, oh, don't you worry about that. Come Easter time, they'll be cooked.
Yeah.
But, I've been sitting here for an hour and 10 minutes just playing video games on the phone. You know how that works out. So, anyways, well, this here dust-up about this liberal news reporter getting hooked into a some kind of app where they
military briefing. That is really stirred up. I mean, I've got all the latest on that. There was testimony in D.C. this past day. Some say they're trying to make much ado about nothing, but it is kind of a mess.
Well, if the Democrats were so damn worried about national security, they would have done something during Biden's time in office. They didn't seem to give a rat's behind about all these illegal aliens coming across, and most of them being, from countries that, let the bad guys go. And we get their crazies, they're mentally disturbed. We get their gang members. Good night. And everybody wants to give the gang members time to repeal or appeal their decision to boot them. From what I understand, that Enemy Aliens Act of 1798, I believe, that's all they need. I mean, that's what gives Trump the authority to boot these buggers out of here. And then, I'm getting off subject there, but I mean, with the issue of that phone number getting added in, I really don't think. Hang on a second, turn that damn thing off. I really don't think that was an accident. I think there's still some moles in the departments there.
Sure.
That and they need to get these buggers out and just be done with them. Fire them. If they're going to leak and put a number in, knowing full well that they're going to be getting whatever it is that they're talking about via that app, you find that person and you make them do some jail time. This is absolute nuts with the judges trying to overturn Trump's dictates and what he's trying to do here for us. Did you hear how many total injunctions were against the other previous presidents? I guess from Washington on up to Biden. It ain't near as many as the injunctions that have been given to Trump. And I mean, how many? 60-something already?
Where the where the left liberal, the judges trying to halt everything that he's progressively trying to move forward. There's actually 4 separate cases where there are representatives in the House looking to introduce articles of impeachment. 4 different judges. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. A quick time out here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret's Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
All right, I mentioned there's a blitz taking place in Arizona. Now, based on where Heatwave said he was located, what he's seeing may have nothing to do with this. This is kind of focused on the Ehrenberg port of entry on I-10 near the California-Arizona border. Started yesterday, continues today. 25th and 26th of March, a 2-day commercial vehicle blitz, as they call it. According to the Arizona Department of Public Safety, Operation Full House. A 2-day special operation to conduct zero-tolerance commercial enforcement and education, targeting motor carrier vehicle driver safety in and around the Ehrenberg port of entry. They utilize that facility to enhance the effectiveness of enforcement activities, improve commercial driver behavior, engage with commercial drivers and the industry. It's all about safety, So, conducted by the Arizona Commercial Vehicle Safety Partnership, that's including the Department of Public Safety Highway Patrol, Commercial Vehicle District Troopers, and the Arizona Department of Transportation. So just be aware, that blitz, again, continues today. About 6 before the hour, see what's going on with the Donut Man. Hey there.
How you doing, Steve? Ready for Thursday?
Ready or not, it's almost here.
Oh, I know. And that sounds like Friday's going to be one of the warmest weather days I can remember in a long time down there. We've had our gambit of everything from rain, snow, tornadoes, ice. It seems like it runs a gambit. But it sounds like Friday's going to be a great day. Be a good day to go out and look at the show trucks and all that good stuff.
Absolutely, yeah.
Nice weather.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing everybody. I know that. It's going to be different without the monkey gouger there this year. It just won't be the same, but it's still going to be fun. So, I'm sure Princess and everybody will put us to work, going out, trying to get some advertisers and some more stuff for the show and all that good stuff. And it's going to be nice catching up with everybody that makes it down there this year.
Right,
so.
Right.
But yeah, that's going to be different without. So you said they're not going to have the West Wing this year?
That is correct. Everything is the North. That South Wing. Typically there was a lot. On the, I guess you'd say toward the North Wing where it went into the South, but way down there was a lot of vacant area down there in recent years. So everything is going to be much. It's going to be packed. I mean, aisle after aisle, everything is booked.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's going to sound like they're going to have a lot crammed into the North and South Wing. It might be a little tight squeeze
right
around there as fat people.
And you remember where they had the big food court used to be over in the West Wing. Now that's going to be on the southernmost end of the South Wing. Now you've got your typical, convention center food, but then all the, so I get the food trucks, the food booths where you can get a variety. That's going to be in the south wing now.
Well, that's going to be okay. Yeah, because they had like the Kentucky Pork Producers had thing, and the Cattlemen, and there was like a place that had fried fish and the hot dog stand, all that stuff.
Exactly.
Coffee stuff, but yeah, it's going to be different because I know the West Wing's like where all the companies had all their recruiting booths set up, and I think it was a Kentucky State Patrol had a information booth set up back there, and like you said, they had a lot of flea market type stuff, but I don't know where they're going to put all the tables and stuff they had set up back there in the food court for all us people.
Yeah, like I said, looking at the map, the layout there, they do have right down where the whole food court area is. Right next to that is going to be the commercial recruiters area, the recruitment zone, which I don't know how busy they'll be because we're still kind of weeding out the industry of too many drivers, but we shall see. And then we've got the international manufacturers, aka the Chinatown. That's all going to be in the south wing. We'll return after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Ukraine and Russia have reached an agreement on a very limited ceasefire deal. According to the White House statement, the two countries have agreed to stop fighting in the Black Sea and will work to agree to halt any strikes on energy production. This comes after 3 days of meetings. President Trump today signed a pardon for Devon Archer, a one-time business partner of former President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. Archer was involved in several companies with Hunter Biden before being charged in a fraud scheme that targeted Native Americans and pension funds. He was convicted in 2018. The U.S. Supreme Court twice denied petitions from Archer, most recently in 2024. President Trump, quote, "Many people have asked me to do this. I think he was treated unfairly, and I look at the records, studied the records, and he was a victim of a crime as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to be undoing that," end quote. Luigi Mangione is asking for a laptop in jail to view documents related to his case. Mangione is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. According to the court filings, Mangione's lawyers asked if he be given a laptop solely to look at documents. He would not be able to communicate with anyone through the laptop and would not be able to connect to the internet or run any kind of entertainment. His legal team said that there isn't enough time for Mangione to review the information with his defense team. Young people who consume marijuana are more likely to have a heart attack.
A new study found that people under the age of 50 who consume marijuana are about 6.2 times more likely to experience a heart attack than non-marijuana users. The study also shows young marijuana users are more likely to experience heart failure and an ischemic stroke. The lead researcher says until there's more solid data, he advises people to try to regulate cannabis use. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A South Florida Democrat blasted President Trump for his executive order indicating his desire to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education.
This is not theoretical. The president has dismantled the Department of Education. It is up to the Congress, but he did it.
West Palm Beach Congresswoman Lois Frankel claims the president broke the law with this order. It's also the claim of a lawsuit filed Monday by a coalition of groups which say Trump exceeded his constitutional authority. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A second sensory room is opening at New Jersey's Newark Liberty International Airport, Terminal A.
The Port Authority says sensory rooms are designed for travelers with special needs. They're meant to provide a peaceful refuge for what can often be an overstimulating environment for people on the autism spectrum or with neurodivergent issues. The new sensory room immerses travelers in a tranquil, underwater-inspired setting. Plus, an aircraft cabin replica, which helps travelers get ready to board their flights. The first sensory room, which opened in December 2023, offers a peaceful, forested riverbank environment. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The markets closed this afternoon slightly up. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 4 points. The S&P 500 added 9, and the Nasdaq gained 83. Thanks for being there. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hour number 2. Here we go. Hello to JR, checking in from Waterford, Michigan tonight. Spring can't get here soon enough. and God bless the American truck drivers. Be safe out there on the road. Hello from the Wyoming Mountain Man. All right. And who else we got? Hello, Rebecca. Hello from Cincinnati, Ohio. Meanwhile, I'll get back up. Yeah, Donut Man. Thanks for hanging in there. So when are you going to come down? You going to be there Friday, Saturday, or are you going to come down Thursday?
We'll be down. We're going to head down Thursday. I got to work. I got to work Wednesday, and I'll go home, take a nap for a few hours, and then we jump in the pickup truck and we'll head south. Try to get through the Cincinnati opening day traffic. That's probably going to be fun.
Yes, that's
usually the time we get down through there, though, everybody's at the parade already, and they're already been on the roads and off the roads doing their thing.
Okay.
So. But yeah, it just sounds like the weather's going to cooperate this year, and that's always a good thing, because we've had a few years where it's been kind of crazy, you know. But I've got to agree with Heatwave. He was talking about the person that put this phone call together with this texting thing they're making this big issue about.
Mm-hmm.
This seems odd to me that the only reporter that's, well, propagandist, he's not really a reporter, but I think it's called The Republic or something like that, is one of the biggest Trump haters out there. He's the one that pushed trying to make Trump out to be a white supremacist, with the good people on both sides, the thing with Charlottesville and Russia, and all that good stuff. It just seems odd to me, and I have to agree with Heatwave. It almost sounds like, they didn't get all the moles out of there. They still got a couple in there, and hopefully they get them weeded out, and the hammer of justice will start falling on some of these people that deserve it. Can't come soon enough for me, but I know they got to take their time. They got to do it right, make sure they got all the I's dotted and T's crossed, everything done right, so they can't sit there and say, well, start doing all their little, But yeah, it's just, I don't know. You got judges, the lawfare continues. You got judges with more conflicts of interest. You got the one that wanted him to turn the plane around full of criminal aliens and want to do harm to everybody, trying to turn the planes around, whose wife receives I don't know how much from NGOs, and a daughter that
actually works for an organization that represents the criminal aliens. You can't make this stuff up, Donut Man.
Oh, I know. Make it make sense. It's like, well, take the jab or get fired is okay, but do your job and get fired is tyranny. Make it make sense, Steve. We have to do our job or we're not going to have it. I know. Why is it so different for government workers? I don't never understood. But, it is what it is. Hopefully, I give Trump credit. He's been on a roll doing the job. But what tells me he's doing the right thing is he's ticking off the people you want to be ticked off. So that tells me he's doing the right thing. When you got, if you notice, you seen some of the stuff that Jasmine Crockett's been pulling with her mouth.
Right.
She made fun of Governor Abbott, calling him, saying something about Hot Wheels over some kind of Hot Wheels comment. I caught part of it on Newsmax as I was getting ready to come into work. I'm like, how much? When the Republicans are going to finally get a backbone and start censuring these people and holding them accountable, kicking them off committees and doing something? It's like they know that nobody's going to do nothing, so why quit doing it?
I believe that, just like, Al Green got censured after his little fiasco there at Trump's joint briefing of the House and Senate. But I believe that some representative is looking to censure Crockett for her. Yeah, he's referring to the governor as Governor Hot Wheels. The guy's in a wheelchair, been in a wheelchair for decades. Apparently a tree fell on him when he was on a jog when he was 20-something years old, something like that. But he said, now she's trying to say she wasn't referencing that he was handicapped, the wheelchair. But I don't know, what does it mean, Governor Hot Wheels? Anyway, it's 844-844-3388. We've had a lot of talk, and I'm sure that'll be a topic of discussion. I plan to ask Louis Pugh, who will be sitting down with the OOIDA about all this talk about going back to putting drivers who cannot read or speak English out of service. That's gaining more and more traction. Another big write-up on freight waves this past day. More discussion, which OOIDA did comment on, about the Arizona legislation. Now, that would be just one state going back to that criteria. But again, more attention on the federal level, the national level. And much of that is stemming from the horrific accident in Austin a few weeks ago. There was yet another multi-vehicle, I believe 10 vehicles involved, fatal accident on I-35 this week as well. Officials and trucking school instructors in Central Texas say that modern trucking school standards are contributing to this string of deadly wrecks on I-35. In the last 2 weeks, 2 multi-vehicle wrecks claiming the lives of 6 on I-35 in Central Texas. And those in trucking and law enforcement agree part of the problem stems from the modern truck driver training standards. Stephen Howard, who is a truck driver and CDL instructor there in Central Texas, says the problem is these accidents don't surprise me. That's the scary thing about it. With the current standards that we have in training and driving, this is going to continue to happen and get worse if there's not reform in the industry. You've got these people out there that don't care. They don't care about themselves. They don't care about the value of human life. We're putting them out here on the roadways with minimal training. It's a recipe for disaster. Now, he was speaking to the local ABC affiliate there. He says, I'm hoping the FMCSA stands up with common sense regulations here, not something that burdens the people who are doing right, but something that cracks down on these companies and individuals that are doing wrong. Sergeant Brian Washko with the Texas Department of Public Safety said that officers with the Commercial Enforcement Unit are doing what they can to crack down on drivers operating unsafely, but the only way to improve safety is to start at the beginning, and that's modern truck driver training. Unfortunately, it's a reality in my line of work. We never get used to seeing these crashes. We do what we can to prevent them, but we know the people whose lives are taken. That's somebody's family. Now, already multiple lawsuits have been filed in response to the I-35 crash involving the truck driver on what is known as CNS, Central Nervous System depressants. One suit names the company, the other names 2 construction companies responsible for the actual construction zone that the accident occurred in. Both lawsuits also name the truck driver and Amazon. One of the attorneys says hopefully by filing this lawsuit and getting justice for the family, a message is sent to all these 18-wheeler companies out there that the safety of our citizens is important. All right, this is a lawyer represented the family of a grandmother that was killed in that accident. You can't just throw somebody out there and don't care about what happens to the safety of the public that's out there carrying your merchandise, okay? And I think one of those comments in there was actually issued by the Carolina Monkey Gouger a few nights ago. So you got people out here, they just don't care. They don't care what the hell they're doing. Morning, Gouger.
Good morning, Steve. I agree with you. And the other thing is you're bringing up is that I-35 construction down there. That's a mess, man. That is a mess, and I'm gonna leave it right there. Because anybody runs down through there, they don't have no early warning systems. Like in Arkansas or other states, the trooper be out there backing up when the traffic back. Louisiana is one of the best I've ever seen. Is whenever the traffic starts backing up, the trooper starts backing up the traffic with the blue light, letting everybody know, slow your butt down. And it's not like that in Texas. And it's hard for a person that ain't impaired or a seasoned driver to go down through there and not get in trouble himself. But I'm not taking up for them idiots. There is the truck driver training in this country is a damn joke. You got these 90-day wonders out here, these meat in the seat drivers that are inexperienced as hell. They ain't got one speed, flat on the floor, whether it's 65, 45, whatever they doing, they got to get there. And if you want to see a real mess, go down there to that international trade zone down there on the border, down at Laredo. But it'll open your eyes real fast about how these people drive in Mexico. They run you over down there and don't care about it. It's a mess. But Steve, what I called about is I got a real scare when I got home Monday morning. I knew Debbie hadn't been feeling good. And a sister took her to the emergency room Saturday night. And Saturday night ain't a good night to go to the emergency room because all the hooligans have done cut, shot, done something. And they was in there ranting and raving. Had to have the police in there. And so Debbie said, just take me back home. Said, Jimmy will be home. So anyway, I get home, and this ambulance about blows me out the highway, going. I didn't see him turn off. He was running so fast. Well, when I turned the corner there to come in the back way, he's sitting in my yard, and I go, oh no. So I run up there, and they was trying to get in the house. The door was locked. Debbie had passed out, and make a long story short, whatever I had, I give it to her.
Oh, wow.
But so she was going septic, and it was lucky they got her to the hospital and got her settled down and everything, and they don't think it's going to be any damage or anything. But man, look here, people. I'm urging you, man. If you've got something that lasts over 3 or 4 days in your stomach, your intestines, or anything, please go somewhere and get it checked out. Because there's stuff now that's come up across that south of the border, like the measles, and what made it so bad is the doctor that was working on her told, and he said, hey, we've seen a case of this about 2 months ago come through here. She said, you're probably talking about my husband. I said, well, was the name Jimmy Artis? I said, yeah, that was him. And they don't know what they're dealing with. This, whatever it is, it attacks your kidneys, it attacks your intestine tract, and then it starts. If you let it go too far, it starts attacking. Your organs start shutting down. So anyway, I'm asking everybody, please, if you think you're in trouble, get to the doctor, go to the emergency room, or do something. Just, don't think you're going to get over this or not, because we don't know what we're dealing with now. There's been so much stuff brought up across that border down there, it ain't even funny. And, Steve, that's about all I got tonight. I heard Kyle talking a while ago, and I wanted to jump in there and tell y'all have a good show, and everybody up there, y'all have a good time, and we'll see y'all when y'all get back.
All righty. Well, we'll miss you there, Gouger.
Oh, I'm going to miss going up there, man. I really am. But, you know, things work in a funny way, and I reckon it's just meant for me to be home this year and everything. But they took blood from me this morning to make sure that I was, you know, I wasn't. The thing that they're concerned about is, why was it a month and a half after I got a clean bill of health, she pops up with the same mess, you know? So anyway, but we got a clean bill of health. We ain't spreading no germs or anything like that. So, Steve, we'll catch you later, man. And it was good talking to y'all.
All right, maybe we'll chat with you, next week, I guess, because we'll be out of here. Looking at one of the storm chasers out west. That's kind of highlighting something that doesn't quite very often happen. This is the first ever what is designated as significant hail risk issued in Washington and Oregon. Big zone highlighted from Seattle to Tacoma down to Vancouver and right on down through pretty much from west central Oregon through western portions of Washington. This is the storm that's going to slice northward along the coast, but onshore enough to have significant impacts on the northwest between now and the latter part of the week. Right on the heels of unseasonably warm conditions, including some record high temperatures in some areas. As heat wave mentioned, it's like 100 degrees in Phoenix yesterday. Temperatures climbing into the 70s in many coastal areas of the Northwest today. Seattle, Tacoma, Washington, Portland, and Eugene, Oregon, all on the list to break daily record highs. Only extreme records in the books may limit record highs from being set today. A bit further inland, east of the Cascades, temperatures climbing into the 70s and 80s again today. A number of daily record highs will be challenged or broken once again. Some of the records, like Spokane, Washington, date back to the 1940s. Today's high, could break that by nearly 10 degrees. Boise, Idaho, records that have held up for nearly 150 years may be rivaled again today. Highs forecast to be in the middle to upper 70s. And, that was yesterday, mid-80s here for Wednesday. This building warmth will accelerate drying conditions, especially east of the Cascades, where rainfall from the upcoming storm may be limited there. So wildfire dangers. But the warmth on the front side of the storm will create an environment favorable for a significant amount of thunderstorm activity from now, Wednesday afternoon to Thursday. As the upper levels of the atmosphere cool while the warmth near the ground peaks, some of these thunderstorms can become severe and violent. The greatest risk will stem from a lot of lightning strikes, powerful wind gusts, and hail. And of course, occasionally severe thunderstorms can spawn tornadoes. While the tornado risk is low this week, a few brief twisters cannot be ruled out, especially west of the Cascades on into Wednesday night. These storms going to pack winds along the coastal areas. As many Pacific storms often do, wind gusts from the storm can be strong enough to break weak tree limbs, cause poorly rooted trees to topple, which could lead to sporadic power outages. Now, it looks like that plume of moisture will create a persistent zone of heavy rain along the Washington, Oregon, and Northern California coasts. The heaviest, steadiest rain Thursday to early Friday, generally 2 to 4 inches along the immediate coasts and the west-facing slopes of the Cascades and Siskiyous. We could see some totals 6 to 8 inches in the rainiest areas. All right, unlike most storms so far this year, this storm will have a significant amount of warm air on the front side. So that means snow levels well above the passes for most of the storm. Rain will fall up in the higher elevations in the Cascades. That will lead to excessive runoff and some rapid snow melting along with the rain. And the warm conditions during the first part of the storm can also increase the risk of avalanches, they tell us. So looks like a very active day for folks out west. Significant risk of hail. First time ever. 2025 starting off with a bang, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get to Brain Dead. Check it in. Got a little latest what's going on with March Madness. And maybe some NASCAR predictions coming up here. The Mad Mike is on board as well. Something we touched on our program yesterday morning. Talking to Heatwave about the 23andMe garnering more attention. The headline this past day says, if you are one of the 15 million who shared your DNA with 23andMe, stop whatever you're doing. Experts say now is the time to delete your data, as they have filed for bankruptcy, looking to sell their assets. While the company said that their data protections will stay the same during bankruptcy, privacy advocates are saying otherwise. Unless you take action, your personal information could end up with new owners or be used in unexpected ways, they're saying. I'll give you more on what they said this past day there, but they're making it sound kind of urgent for folks because it's uncharted territory with the amount of data they have. 844-844-3388. That's the number to dial us up. Rolling into Hump Day. Hey, what day is it? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is trying to order states to require proof of citizenship before voting.
On Tuesday, Trump signed an executive order demanding people provide documents proving their citizenship when they register to vote. The measure also threatens to withhold federal funding from states that don't comply. Election experts say Trump can't override a statute passed by Congress that lists the requirements of voter registration. I'm Brian Shook.
Tax season is a busy time for scammers looking to steal your refund and identity.
Experts advise ignoring any emails and text messages about your taxes. They may be tricks to get your personal information.
Anything that says it's from the IRS, be wary. Remember, we don't just out of the blue contact you.
Protecting your identity by setting up an identity protection PIN. Use strong, unique passwords for each online account and never reuse passwords. I'm Dina Kodiak.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back on a Wednesday, midweek coming on here, the halfway point for another work week. If you're like me, I mean, when I first saw the news, the whole 23andMe, I'm thinking, yeah, what all could negatively come your way if certain entities got a hold of your DNA? Yeah, like what does it matter? Experts trying to explain the importance of guarding such data. According to the director of Consumer Reports Innovation Lab, the DNA data could be used to discern your relatives and ancestry, obviously, unearth family secrets, and reveal clues about diseases you have or could be predisposed to. If the data would make its way to certain insurers, they may deny you coverage or charge you more for life, disability, or long-term care insurance because of your genetics. She says this is some of the most precious data that exists about you. You are right to be concerned that it may be up for grabs. Now, the company's privacy statement also states that if we are involved in a bankruptcy, merger, acquisition, reorganization, or sale of assets, your personal information may be assessed, sold, or transferred as part of that transaction. So I went through the step-by-step progress. You could just do a quick Google search, step-by-step, 23andMe, how to delete my profile, and they'll take you to it. All right, things I didn't realize. Morning, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve, I want to say thank you to you last night for letting me get on here and airing out, saying what happened. And although I do appreciate that. And, you know, I've said this before. I know Victor does not drive a truck. I know Miss Millie doesn't. And, well, Pappy, I don't know if he does or not. I think that's the donut trucks anyway. We're all family, and I want to say thank you to all the family out there that we have here, Steve. But so, you ready for a little sports action this weekend, buddy?
I'm sure the folks there in Kentucky are going to be locked and loaded. The bars will be packed and stacked for Kentucky because I think they play on Friday. Is that the next in the Sweet 16?
Mm-hmm.
But they're playing your beloved Tennessee Vols.
Yeah, but I hate to tell you, they're going to have to get the crying towels out. But I'll get to that in just a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. Get you a piece of paper and pencil out, so I'll give you all the notes for that. But right now, real quick with some NASCAR stuff. Racing in Martinsville this weekend. Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott, and Denny Hamlin are the three that I'm going to pick to win the race. Ryan Blaney is on a hot streak right now here. He's won 2 of the last 3 races here. And the one who I'd like to see is Kyle Busch. He is going to be the dark horse. He has historically done good here, but the last few years he just sucks. So anyway, they did announce a few things over during the past week. Steve, if you get a chance, I sent you an email on one of these, but Chase Elliott's throwback car to Darlington makes you wonder whose crayons they take, whose kids they need to take the crayons away from, because it's a tribute to the Ken Schrader's Kodiak paint scheme that he ran back in the 90s with Hendrick. Also, Denny Hamlin announced his car from the throwback from Carl Edwards Sports Clip car. Now, this is the one I sent you the email on. Sammy Smith will be running the Xfinity race at Darlington. His car, who is sponsored by TNC Trucking, yes, that trucking company that has black, nice, shiny Peterbilts, is sponsoring that car, and it's supposed to be after the 2003 paint scheme there. I don't know if you've seen the email on it or not. Monday day, there was a big rumor, or not a big rumor, but a big tweet that Kyle Busch tweeted out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Steve, you know the conspiracy theories. Anytime they see something on Twitter, what happens? They go nuts, right?
Yeah.
So the only thing he said was 1851, a big announcement Monday night. Well, here they go. He's leaving Hendrick, going to Joe Gibbs. He's going to retire. He's going here. He's going there. Actually, what the announcement was for is that at the Milldale Speedway coming up here, I think the end of May, him and Brexton will be driving against one another for a little father and son action. Another rumor too that's been hitting the dirt sheets really heavy lately, and this is heavy. I mean, this is like beyond heavy. My Homestead is trying to get the championship race down there for 26 and 27. They are actively pursuing this.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, NASCAR said at Daytona 500 Media Days and at the Phoenix Media Days, if I remember right, Steve Phelps has said that he is looking to move the championship race from now on. Now, we know it's going to limit a certain amount of tracks, but I tell you, the one place I'd like to see the championship at is at Talladega. I would love to see that that Talladega race be the championship race, because you don't know who's going to be running at the end of the race. I mean, can you imagine being the championship car out there, like with the hood and the fender and all that? Here's your championship winner. But no, let's get to the talk of the weekend, Steve. This is going to be the Sweet 16 matchup. So you ready to write?
Lay it on me.
All right, we're going to start off with the Gators and Maryland. And I'm going to give you my final 4 picks, too, here, Steve, too. Now, the Gators did win the SEC tournament. They did finish second in the SEC conference. They have been in the top 10 all season. However, UConn, who they played in the last round, is the two-time defending champions. Dingbat, if you're listening, this is why I said this was going to be a close watch game for you guys. It was going to be a nail-biter if I was not mistaken. UConn is one of those teams that's overlooked when it comes to sports, especially basketball. So they are going to beat Maryland. Now, Maryland spent the last 7 weeks at the top 25. They finished second in the Big Ten, and they lost to Michigan in the conference tournament. Now, the only way Michigan can beat the Gators is if the bench steps up and can slow down the Gators' offense. But that is going to be a big task. So I'm going to take the Gators to win on that one. Now let's look up here to the Hogs and Texas Tech. Now, Arkansas has been up and down all season. They are getting healthier as we're going into the tournament. They are getting healthier as they enter the tournament. They were surprised by beating St. John, but honestly, I do think the NCAA committee has misranked the Hogs. The Hogs should be number 2. Yes, they made it to the first round of the SEC championship, the SEC tournament, and lost in the first round. But they're starting to gel now with Calipari's coach, because remember, this is in Calipari's first year after leaving Kentucky. Kentucky. I think I'm going to get that wrong. But Texas Tech, though, did finish out strong in the last 8 weeks in the top 25. They were second in the Big 12. The odds-on favorite here is Texas Tech, but I'm going to take the Hogs, setting up for Gators, Hogs, Elite 8, with the Gators going to the Final Four.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, Dingbat.
Dingbat loves you.
Stop jumping up and down.
She loves you.
Well, she better. Who pays the Hulu bill? But anyway, next up we got Houston and Purdue. This is right here in Purdue's backyard. This is kind of like going to be one of their home games. This is going to be like Purdue's home backyard. Houston, though, like I said, is another one of those sleeper schools that nobody pays attention to. They are playing in their 6th consecutive Sweet 16 appearance. The thing, though, is their defense. They are ranked nationally in field goals allowed per game, points allowed, and opponent field goal percentage. They won the Big 12 championship. They have been in the top 25 all season. And I'm going to take Houston over Purdue. Now, Purdue has been in the top 5 in the last few weeks of the season, but I don't think they're going to be able to pull it out at the end.
Okay.
Now let's get to the game du jour. Tennessee versus Kentucky. Kentucky. Damn it, Steve, you want to slap me a couple around time a little bit with that. Tennessee has been top 10 most of the season. They spent 5 weeks as number 1. Now, if Tennessee can control the ball and the clock and hold their energy to the end, they will beat Kentucky. Now, Tennessee has beaten Kentucky twice this year. Kentucky now is looking for some payback. How else to get it? Here we go, national scale. The Vols have got to step up their game and come out and come off that bench hot. Now, Kentucky was really not expected to go this far. Even with Calipari and Arkansas, they were not. They far exceeded expectations, because Kentucky finished 7th in the SEC, has been in the top 25 this season, and now if they play the game, if Kentucky plays Tennessee like they did the Gators earlier this year, it will be a squeaker. It will be a squeaker. But I'm going to take the Vols on this one. But I'm going to say this will set up the Vols and Houston in the final. The Vols and Houston in the Elite 8. But I'm going to say this right now: Houston will beat the Vols going to the Final Four. Tennessee does not have that kind of a caliber team to get to the Final Four. Now let's go with the BYU and I lost my track of
Alabama.
The BYU game. Yeah, BYU and Bama. Thank you, Steve. BYU cracked the top 25 the last 4 weeks in the season. They finished third in the Big 12. Bama has been mainly in the top 5 all season with 1 week as 10th. They have the best. Bama has the best defense in the country. Best offense in the country, averaging 90 points a game. BYU has been known for shutting down defenses and not allowing their opponents to 70 points per game. Bama did finish third in the SEC. Now, odds-on favorite here is Bama, and I'm going to take Bama over BYU. This is going to be the game to watch. So circle this one on your calendar, alarm it, whatever. Duke and Arizona. This one here is what they used to say in WWE wrestling. This is going to be a slobber knocker here. Duke has been the powerhouse all season. They have been in the top 5 all season with 2 weeks outside the top 10. Duke won the ACC, has a 19-1 conference record in the ACC. Now, Arizona is another one of those sleeper schools. They cracked the top 25 10 times this season with a 14-6 record. They played Houston for the conference championship, which Houston won. This is going to be a really close game. I mean, you think nail biters were bad, you may not have any fingers after this. I'm going to take Duke over Arizona, making this a Duke-Bama final, Duke-Bama Elite 8 with Duke going to the Final Four. So now we go up to Michigan State and Ole Miss. Ole Miss had a very up and down season like Arkansas. They never cracked the top 15. They finished 6th in the SEC. They had wins over Tennessee, Bama, and the Gators. Now they can play possum, and if they can play possum, but they have one of the highly underrated. But they're a highly underrated team. Ole Miss struggled this season with rebounding as they were 5th in the SEC for rebounds, as it was clear during the Iowa State game. Then you got Michigan State that has spent 15 weeks in the top 25, 9 weeks in the top 10. They finished with a 17-3 conference record, which lost to Wisconsin in the semifinals. Michigan State is a lot more physical than the Rebels. So I'm going to take Michigan State here over the Rebels. Okay? Now what we have, Auburn and Michigan. This one is going to be a slobber knocker as well. This is going to be another one. Auburn's been up and down all season as well. They have been in the top 5 all season with 1 week outside the top 10, 8 weeks at number. I can't remember this. 8 weeks at number 1. They had the best conference record, but lost to Tennessee in the semifinals. They lost 2 of their last 3 regular season games. Now you're going up against Michigan, who spent 12 weeks in the top 25, but never cracked the top 10, who had a 14-6 conference play, won the Big Ten championship while being 3rd in the conference. This is another one to watch, like I said. If the Auburn who showed up consistently during the season will beat Michigan handedly. But if it's the team that showed up against the Gators, A&M, and Bama during those seasons, they're going to lose. So I'm going to I don't know if Captain Ron's listening. I highly doubt it. But I'm going to take Michigan over this one. And
so that'd be a big upset.
Be a big upset. I'm going to take Michigan over Auburn, making it Michigan State for the Final Four. And I think Michigan really has the keys to do it. I really do, Steve.
That would be big. Michigan fans would be going crazy if you had a Michigan State matchup there.
Oh, it would be off the charts, Steve. I mean, it would really be one for the charts. I mean, it would be crazy because I've even seen people predict Tennessee and Florida playing for the national title, and Tennessee doesn't have that kind of caliber team. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm diehard to the Vols through and through, but this is total difference. We're talking something big here, Steve. But Steve, you have a good truck show, buddy. We will be listening to you, and you have a good weekend.
So kind of like Big Ed with his college football predictions, where he looks at the reality and even being a diehard fan of one team or another, you got to look at the reality that your preferred team just may not be up to it. Can't cut the mustard, right? So there you go. All right. So we will be down to the Elite Eight. Yeah, once we get to Saturday, right? Saturday. You still got Thursday, Friday, the Sweet 16, then the Elite Eight, Saturday and Sunday. So that's pretty much just 2 games on Saturday, 2 games on Sunday. I'll be down to the Final Four when we close out the weekend here, right? We'll be back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, let's get to Madman Mike, I believe it is. Morning, Mike.
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Hanging with him. How about you? It's been a while since we talked.
Yeah, man, I'm retired, still, and I don't know why I don't listen in. I thought tonight, I'll listen in because I'm usually up anyhow, but I was hearing the comments about driving school. Oh, shit, it's been like that for quite some time, and I'll tell you what, one of my last deals there when I was running for FedEx, I was training a guy and got up in the mountains. This guy came from Schneider, and I said, throw your Jake on. What? Right there. He didn't know nothing. He started getting brakes and stuff, so I had to school him out. Now, he turned out to be a pretty good driver. I got done with him, 8-9 months. We were running coast to coast, and he's doing a good job now. But, yeah, there's definitely a problem out there, and I just come across that stuff the other day about Arkansas and stuff. Is that all legit? That
yes.
If you get caught down there, you can't speak, they're going to take your license?
Well, it's not done yet. It's legislation that's moving through. I think it's going to the state Senate now. But it's not a done deal. But they're pursuing.
Man, it needs to go.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to go. That'd be great. Yeah, I heard Gouger on there, brought back old memories, brain dead. Like I said, I haven't listened to you guys for a while. I've been kind of busy, things going on, but I missed it. And I miss all you guys, man. You used to keep me up at night.
Yep.
I don't know who's all out there anymore. How about the horse feather? He's still out there?
Absolutely. We're kind of waiting to hear from him this morning. We got to get our Mike. What day is it?
There you go. Yeah, well, it was really nice hearing old Lucky Gouger on there and the brain dead. And I ain't got a whole lot to say, guys. Retirement is what it is. doing all right health-wise and everything. Kind of miss it once in a while, being out there, but I'm good. It's such a mess anymore, so. Miss you guys all, though. Part of a family, and I sent you an email. I don't know if it went through or nothing, but just want to tell you all I miss you, love you, and keep on trucking. Be careful.
All right. Yes, indeed. I got your email just a bit ago. Hey, Steve, and all my trucking family. Madman Mike, Missouri. Miss you all. Retirement's going good. I miss driving. I miss the show. All right. Everybody take care and keep on trucking. Good to hear from Madman Mike. All right, so news break just around the corner. We got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Should have asked the Carolina Monkey Gouger for his take on the nominee for the new head of the FMCSA. I don't know. I'll get some feedback here in the next several days, speaking to some of the folks there in Louisville. A gentleman by the name of Derek Bars from Florida. The administration nominating him to be the FMCSA administrator. According to Senate documents published yesterday, the newly appointed acting administrator, Adrienne Camere, she was in the position for like 2 weeks, and like so many others before her, she exited. Out the door she went. The revolving door at the FMCSA. We'll tell you what we know about Derek Bars coming up, and maybe get your sentiment, your take, right after this. It is, again, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is trying to order states to require proof of citizenship before voting.
On Tuesday, Trump signed an executive order demanding people provide documents proving their citizenship when they register to vote. The measure also threatens to withhold federal funding from states that don't comply. Election experts say Trump can't override a statute passed by Congress that lists the requirements of voter registration. I'm Brian Shook.
Tax season is a busy time time for scammers looking to steal your refund and identity.
Experts advise ignoring any emails and text messages about your taxes. They may be tricks to get your personal information.
Anything that says it's from the IRS, be wary. Remember, we don't just out of the blue contact you.
Luis Garcia from the IRS recommends protecting your identity by setting up an identity protection PIN. Use strong, unique passwords for each online account and never reuse passwords. Enable two-factor authentication whenever possible, and don't share your passwords with anyone. If you receive a letter, text, or email that looks like it's from the IRS, you can confirm its authenticity at irs.gov. I'm Dina Kodiak.
Men who avoid prostate cancer screenings, especially those over 50 or with a family history of prostate cancer, face a 45% higher risk of dying from that disease.
That's what an analysis of data from 7 European countries is showing. PSA screening and digital rectal exams can identify prostate cancer in the earliest stages when it's most treatable. Researchers say getting tested can lower men's risk of death by 20%. The American Cancer Society says prostate cancer killed 35,000 men in the U.S. last year, making it the second leading cause of cancer deaths in men after lung cancer. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Stocks edged higher today on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 4 points. The S&P 500 added 9 points. The Nasdaq gained 83 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
A South Florida Democrat blasted President Trump for his executive order indicating his desire to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education.
This is not theoretical. The president has dismantled the Department of Education. It is up to the Congress, but he did it.
West Palm Beach Congresswoman Lois Frankel claims the president broke the law with this order. It's also the claim of a lawsuit filed Monday by a coalition of groups which say Trump exceeded his constitutional authority. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The owner of a Harlem funeral home is speaking out after he was beaten, robbed, and threatened with a machete last month.
66-year-old Daniel Wilhelmina tells the Daily News he was stunned by the holdup. He says he told the 2 robbers this is a funeral home, not a bodega, as they relieved him of his wallet and cell phone and later used his credit cards to buy a pair of sneakers and a bottle of liquor. Wilhelmina told detectives that with tens of thousands in available credit, the thieves could have bought so much more. He said they should go to jail just for being stupid. One of the alleged robbers has since been caught. Larry Kofsky.
Washington State Governor Bob Ferguson has rescinded the planned release of a convicted triple killer.
On his last day in office, former Governor Jay Inslee approved the release of Timothy Pauly. He is serving a life sentence for the murders of 3 people in a SeaTac tavern in 1980 during a robbery. Inslee said Pauly showed remorse. Family members of the victims met with Governor Ferguson, who said he is unconvinced that Pauly is fit for release and the parole was canceled. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, so you got a guy by the name of Derek Bars. All right, from the state of Florida, appointed by Governor DeSantis in October to the school board of Flagler County. He's a member of the American Trucking Association's Law Enforcement Advisory Board, as well as a member of the Florida Trucking Association. Now, the Florida Trucking Association president and CEO Alex Miller calls Bars an instrumental leader in the trucking industry, praising the nomination. His proven leadership and understanding of both public safety and transportation operations make him an ideal candidate to guide the FMCSA through today's complex challenges. If confirmed by the Senate, Bars would become the 9th administrator of the FMCSA since it was created back in 2000. All right, we look forward to working with Bars and advancing the priorities of small business truckers across America, including fighting freight fraud, rolling back unnecessary regulations, and closing regulatory loopholes to ensure the safest truckers remain in the industry. That was the statement from Todd Spencer, president of OOIDA. Now, he said, we encourage a swift confirmation in the Senate, look forward to working with Mr. Bars to improve the safety of our roadways. Now, over the years, the FMCSA administrator has often spoke. This guy has spoke on FMCSA's leadership panel at the Mid-America Truck Show, of course, which starts Thursday. The FMCSA did not confirm to FreightWaves that the agency officials speaking on this year's panel, who it's going to be, that panel is going to be on the 27th, though. So I guess since he was just nominated for the position, I don't know if he was previously slated to speak there. So we'll find out. When I hear the likes of American Trucking Association, a lot of things come to mind. Staunch advocates of governed trucks, speed limiters, advocates of the mandatory automatic braking systems. Some of the things that kind of wonder. So I'm planning to, like I said, get more of a breakdown, more of a take of if he's going to be the right guy for the job to pursue some of the things that we're for or against in the industry. But the English proficiency regulation, and there's another thing that crosses your mind. Many of these big ATA companies are taking advantage of that loophole, hiring these individuals, right? So FreightWaves this past day, in a depressed freight market with rates in the gutter, motor carriers cutting all kinds of corners, sacrificing highway safety in the meantime, the situation is multifaceted. A number of avenues being utilized to put cheap labor in the seats of trucks, oftentimes lacking compliance with the English proficiency regulation. Now, for starters, the actual regulation with emphasis added. Yes, 391.11, the general qualifications of drivers. A person shall not drive a commercial motor vehicle unless he or she is qualified to drive a commercial vehicle, except as provided in 391.63. A motor carrier shall not require or permit a person to drive a commercial vehicle unless that person is qualified. B, except as provided in Subpart G, a person is qualified to drive a motor vehicle if he or she can read and speak the English language sufficiently to converse with the general public, to understand highway traffic signs and signals in the English language, and respond to official inquiries and make entries on reports and records. This dates back to 1936, with only a few minor tweaks and additions over the years to read as it does today. But it's now been 20 years ago, in 2005, when the CVSA considered non-compliance with the regulation an out-of-service violation. The problem was there weren't a lot of out-of-service orders handed out. It has been continually emphasized as necessary by the likes of the Department of Transportation, the Office of Inspector General, all the way to the FMCSA. Obviously, OOIDA has always advocated for that regulation. 10 years ago, Doug Morris reported to the Board of Directors that English proficiency regulation, which was then enforced on a part of the CVSA's out-of-service criteria, resulted in 101,280 violations in 2014, but only just over 4,000 of those drivers were actually placed out of service. They said having commercial vehicle drivers who don't understand English is obviously a safety hazard. Rather than to start issuing more out-of-service orders, the CVSA voted in 2015 to drop that as an out-of-service violation from that criteria. Now, many are looking to fix that, including OOIDA. They petitioned the CVS here a couple weeks ago to reinstate that criterion. Drivers who are unable to comply with 391.11 enter the trucking industry through a variety of means. Most notably, they enter via non-domiciled CDLs, pushed by the American Trucking Association in 2019. Non-domiciled CDLs were touted as a way to get student drivers on the road quicker. Starting that year, 2019, non-domiciled CDLs began being issued to individuals who passed the knowledge and skills test in a state other than their home state. What started as a way for drivers from other states to get a CDL and hit the road without having to travel back to their home states to test for a CDL has opened the door to drivers from outside the United States, Mexico, Canada, to obtain CDLs and go to work in the U.S. We're pushing the FMCSA to close that loophole created by the non-domiciled CDLs. Stricter enforcement on fraudulent CDL issuers must go hand in hand with closing this loophole. At a minimum, the FMCSA has to get a real number of these non-domiciled CDLs that are currently operating, how these drivers are being recruited, compensated, treated. And most importantly, we have to know the safety records of carriers using these CDL holders. Another road to operating in the U.S. outside compliance with the federal regulations is the abuse of the B-1 visas. Right now, drivers from Mexico must possess a B-1 visa to operate beyond that commercial border zone. These drivers are restricted to hauling goods to and from Mexico, prohibited from taking point A to point B deliveries within the United States. The problem is, fleets using B-1 visa drivers entice them into the U.S., use them for domestic point-to-point loads, a practice known as cabotage. Yeah, we point out the lower wages amount to a fraction of what U.S. drivers would earn on the same load, and fleets use the cheap wages as a way to beef up their bottom line. The solution is simple, according to Louis Pugh. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol should just enforce the law. State and local law enforcement should be trained to enforce cabotage laws. Carriers found violating the existing laws should be severely penalized, period. English proficiency enforcement boils down to safety. The non-domiciled CDLs and the B-1 visa abuses are contributing to the influx of drivers unable to safely navigate the highways. And this situation has grown tremendously with fleets of all sizes looking to pad their bottom line with individuals who are willing to work for those subpar wages, who may not be able to fully comply with the regulations. Instead of adding more regulations that do nothing to improve highway safety and continue to allow for the mistreatment of truck drivers, the CVSA and the FMCSA just need to do their job. How many more people need to be hurt or killed in crashes with these drivers before enough is enough? So again, that's OOIDA all on board pushing to reinstate that out-of-service criteria. English proficiency. Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. I guess we need to make it official here, so I guess we'll start out by, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
I'm a tad bit confused this time around because it's kind of like a hump day, but it's kind of like a Friday. I won't be working Wednesday night, but I'll be working Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I'm screwed up.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, one day off, kind of one day off, but you still you're going to be traveling. You're actually going to be out here on the big highway. Are you going to put your CB in the Subaru and get one of them big 20-foot Shakespeare antennas there
right.
And have up off?
Like the good old days.
Yeah. Of course, I don't know who you're going to talk to if you do that, but yeah, at least you look cool, especially if you put your raccoon tail on the end of the whip there, But anyway, so I heard a couple callers there talking about kind of getting ready to head that way, and kind of had a mention there. One of, I guess, our retired drivers there. I just was getting back into where I could hear the show again, so I was out taking care of some business, and it's good to hear the people that we don't get to hear the show every night because they're not out here every night with us anymore, and so I'm glad they're still around and still can tune in and found us and have the ability to listen to such a great show with all the information.
Right.
So is this person that they're looking to put into the FMCSA? You said he had transportation, knowledge or experience.
Mm-hmm.
In what field is that? Is that in the trucking industry, or is it in what? I mean, is it bicycles or hoverboards?
It said he's a member of the American Trucking Association's Law Enforcement Advisory Board, and then a member of the Florida Trucking Association.
All right, but he still could be just a law enforcement person that's been advising in the trucking side.
That's
possibly
questions we'd like to know the answers to, right? Does he even actually hold a CDL? Yeah, how many FMCSA administrators have we seen that have never been behind the wheel of a truck, have no clue, but they're making all the rules?
I don't even think some of them even know the difference from the front to the back, which way you're supposed to put them to the dock to load them. But, anyways, as I say, questions we need answers for, but, it'd be be nice to have somebody that actually understood a little bit about the industry that they're trying to govern, you know. And so last week I had to do one of them random drug tests there because, you know, after over 30 years out here of, you know, doing these random drug tests and never having a positive, you know, not even the slightly hint of positive. They've all been, you know, 0.000, you know, and you do the alcohol test with it and the random with that and everything. You know, you never get a waiver from it, you know, and even during COVID, when physicals were waived and, you know, registrations for vehicles were waived and all that, you actually still had to go into the medical facilities to do a random drug test, you know, as a essential worker, and, you know, you're not sick, but, you know, we don't trust it, you know, after 30 some years, you know, you might have just decided to start, you know, picking up the habit of doing drugs. So we got to randomly test you to make sure, but, yeah, it don't make sense. So anyways, in kind of that line, you know, we keep always rehashing the hours of service thing. And on the show on the satellite radio there that they play in the afternoon there, the host was accepting some calls there, and they were kind of talking about how to stop your clock on your, you know, your 14-hour day. And
yeah.
So anyways, they're like, yeah, every day, this one driver says every day I stop my clock for 2 hours and take a break. And, well, as it ends up, he's really kind of using the 8 and 2 split, you know, the 8 and 2 or 7 and 3. But he's one of the drivers that has a sleeper on his truck. And then when he does his main break, you know, he says, well, I take a 10-hour break, even though I'm not required to, but it's all done in the sleeper berth. So, you know, the next 8 hours counts, you know, to make that 8 and 2 work, because he does the main break in the sleeper. So I call in and say, but that would be nice, but I'm in a day cab and I can't use I can't just stop my clock for 2 hours. And, I said, you know, it'd be nice, you know, to be able to, you know, get a break, you know, and even though I'm in a day cab, you know, I still would take my second break, even though it's at home. I would still take it as a normal 10-hour break, knowing, you know, that you know, I can't do the split sleeper thing, but it would still be nice for me to be able to take a, you know, 1 or 2 hour break.
Sure.
And just be able to sit back in the seat and close my eyes and relax. And, you know, you get a little bit tired or something. And the host is like, well, you're not supposed to be out driving tired. And I'm like, well, things happen. You get tired, you know, you drive in a little bit of fog, you get tired, you get, you know, delayed somewhere in traffic because of construction or something, or an accident, you get tired. You can't sit there and sleep during that in the highway. And, but it'd be, you know, just be nice to do that. And so anyways, I said, so why don't you go down the road? And of course, this is the, you know, the devil's advocate part. I said, well, you know, when you go down the road, you kind of come up with different ways to get rest with a little bit while you're doing that. So you kind of close one eye and drive with one eye closed for a mile
right,
or two,
okay,
and let it rest, and then switch over and close the other eye for a mile or two. And that got the host pretty much irate. That how could you even? That's nowhere near safe. You can't do. You know, I kind of said it jokingly. Apparently he did not understand that, but it did cause for a few more phone calls after that. So if anybody out there, you know, thinking that, hey, it'd be a good idea, you know, to drive down the road and rest one eye for a couple miles. But the problem is when you start doing that and you rest the one eye and then you open it up and you rest the second eye, and well, then it's like, well, you know, for
Let's
like
rest
5 or
them at
10
the same
seconds, I
time.
could close.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
You could close both eyes, you know, and just, you know, we're going on a nice straight piece of road and we'll just close both eyes, you know. Yeah. Okay. But anyways, so, but it does end up that, you know, we have this, we do have this 16-hour deal here Actually, I got two of them I can use. I got the one of them I'm supposed to be able to use. I haven't even figured it out, the whole legal thing. It's like once every 8 days you're supposed to be able to use it, but on the electronic log, if you do a 34-hour restart, it comes back for you. So I think you can use it every time you've had a restart or 8 days, but it's only supposed to be for drivers that leave and return to the same location. So anyways, you got that. You can use supposedly once a week or every 8 days.
Mm-hmm.
But then you got the other one there that's, because of the road problems, and well, that you can use every day. That doesn't have any limitations of how many times a week you can use it. Just, it extends the work day, every day, and then you get 10 hours off, and then you're allowed to use it again. So, every now and then, if I got to extend my work day out for an hour or two because, I got to close my eyes and take a little break, but you have to put a note in there of why you did it. Do you know what I put for the note that I put in there if I have to do that, Your Honor?
Tired?
Nope. Visibility. Because I can't see through my damn eyelids when I'm taking a nap.
That's good.
So
there you go.
So I just put visibility down. But that's the thing, it's the one size fits all thing with the electronic logs, and for the most part, I can get around on the electronic log to make it work the way I have to not that I'm making it work the way but I can, make my day will fit into it most times. But if the occasional time comes up that, I just don't, the sun's in my eyes the right way and just wearing on me, and you just need to stop and take a break, or you've been fighting with rush hour traffic and you need to take a little break, and I don't know. It's just the flexibility isn't there for the people that don't have a sleeper behind the cab. So anyways, that's just what we're throwing out there, and so hope you guys all have a safe trip and get things packed up, and pack up the golden microphone and wrap it up good in bubble wrap, because we like.
Don't want to break the golden microphone. Yeah, you notice that's not next to me this evening. That's actually the backup. The backup. It's packed. Ready to roll. All right. It is 844-844-3388. A couple of other industry updates we'll get to coming up here. Hey, Braindead had forwarded to me an email this past day that, sure enough, for the first time in nearly 10 years, a Berkshire Hathaway employee actually claiming Warren Buffett's $1 million grand prize for their NCAA bracket contest. Now, I thought this was for anybody. Apparently, it's just for like Berkshire Hathaway employees. Is that it? An anonymous employee from aviation training company Flight Safety International, which is a subsidiary of Buffett's Berkshire, won the annual internal bracket contest after correctly calling 31 of the 32 games, 31 of the 32 in the first round of March Madness, according to this statement. It's only one miss there in the opening round. How about that? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukraine and Russia are agreeing to a limited ceasefire deal. The two countries have agreed to stop fighting in the Black Sea and will work to agree to halt any strikes on energy infrastructure. Sergei Lavrov spoke with ABC Australia through his interpreter.
Russia is also in favor of considering ways not to cause any damage to the energy infrastructure. This is not in our interests.
This comes after 3 days of negotiations in Saudi Arabia as Ukrainian and Russian delegates met with U.S. mediators. Ukrainian President Zelensky says the ceasefire in the Black Sea is already in effect. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is set to tour an El Salvadoran prison that took hundreds of U.S. deportees.
I'll be in the prison where we sent TDA members. I'll be meeting with the president and also Colombia and Mexico and talking about building these relationships.
Noem says the prison holds illegal immigrants that have alleged ties with a Venezuelan gang. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see. If something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, right back on a hump day. It's official. Midweek upon us. All right, rolling up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. We got about 25 minutes to go, and it'll be your hump day. Let's get back to the calls. See what's going on with 4020. How are you?
Hey, doing good. How you doing, Steve?
I guess we're ready for the big show here. Louisville, here we come.
Yeah, you all be careful on your way down there. That's 71. That seems like there's always something happens on that road.
Yeah,
it used to be rougher than crap, but I think they smoothed it out a little bit. Brain Dead called him a while ago. And he was telling about the college basketball a little bit. I think unless I heard him wrong, he said that Tennessee beat Kentucky twice this year, but it was the other way around. Kentucky beat Tennessee both times. And kind of wish they hadn't, because it's hard to beat a team 3 times in the same season. But yeah, because Kentucky beat them twice. They shouldn't have beat them either time, really.
Really? Okay.
Kentucky's been injured all. Yeah, they've been injured all year and without players. But it'll probably be a good game. They play in Indianapolis, so there'll be a lot of Kentucky fans there.
Yeah.
It's not that far. Yeah, just a couple-hour drive. And I really don't have a lot. I was going to ask you about Red Mule. You remember Red Mule that used to call in all the time a long time ago?
Absolutely, yes.
I've never heard him since I got back onto this app. Is he still going strong?
It's like I guess he's in semi-retired. I don't think he's driving right now. His wife had some health issues, so he had been home, caring for her. And, every once in a while, I think Horse Feathers and, I don't know, maybe a Plowboy maybe speak to him. I think we're going to talk to Plowboy here in a few minutes. We'll get the latest, see when he talked to him last.
Yeah, I used to enjoy his calls, and that was always good.
He always had good
really don't have
stock trading and investment advice, and, the pros and the cons there. He was very smart in that.
Yeah, he's a smart man, he sounded like. Heat Wave. I know I've only called him. This is the only second time I've called. Heat Waves, when he called back after I called, he said to give me his phone number. I don't know how you can do that. You don't want to say it over the air, but I don't know how you can give me his phone number so I can
because he actually
call him.
He sent me a text message and said, "Can you pass my number to 4020?" I guess. I don't know, do you have an email where you could send me an email and I can forward that to you?
Yeah, I got an email. I don't really know how to send. I usually get a lot of emails, but I really don't know how to send one. I'm pretty green on.
Oh boy, well, that's just click on new mail, and the email is steve@hotshotsecret.com.
steve@hotshotsecrets.com. Okay.
Yep. Hot Shot Secret.
All right, I'll do that.
Hot Shot Secret without
Secret.
Not an S on the end. If you put an S on there, Hot Shot
No
Secrets.
No S on the end. Okay.
Yep. Hotshotsecret.com.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
do
got
that.
my code, too. I got the...
Did you? Okay, I was going to ask about that. It took me a few days to get your number to him, but...
Yeah, it was 4 or 5 days ago they sent me the code, so I got that, so I can use that. And, all right, then. Well, y'all have a good trip there and enjoy the truck show. I'll be listening, and I'll try to get you the... send you the email, and maybe I guess you can send me back his phone number.
Correct. Yeah, because I've got his number in my phone here. Yep. All right, there you go. 4020, the John Deere guy. Is that what should we call him? The John Deere guy. All right. There's a lot of uncertainty, they tell us, of what fate might befall the National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Yeah, the allegations he accidentally included that anti-Trump supposed reporter in a private high-level group chat where they discussed war plans. While a handful of administration officials say they expect the controversy to peter out and that Waltz is not going anywhere, unnamed White House officials told Politico that there is some internal debate over whether to kick him to the curb, claiming that the general consensus is that Mike Waltz is a blank an idiot. Now, the background is a guy by the name of Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic. That's the publication that claimed Monday of this week that he had received a war plan concerning American airstrikes on the Houthi rebel targets in Yemen, roughly 2 hours before they occurred on March the 15th. Now, this is the guy, same guy that has smeared Trump with anonymous sources, did his best to provide ammunition for the Democrat political attacks ahead of Election Day, claiming that on March 11, a user on the encrypted messaging app known as Signal, identified as Michael Waltz, sent him a connection request. 2 days later, Thursday at 4:30 in the afternoon, I received a notice that I was to be included in a Signal Snap group. It was called the Houthi PC Small Group. Now, this particular group chat, supposedly intended for senior officials in the administration, was reportedly populated with users who identifiers Signal. They may have well been Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Vice President J.D. Vance, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, the Treasury Secretary, the CIA Director. Now, he said there were a total of 18 individuals as members of this particular group chat. Now, he claimed that the user identified as Waltz kicked off a fascinating policy discussion about hitting Houthi targets, in which the account labeled J.D. Vance allegedly stated, "I think we're making a mistake," and indicated it might be prudent delaying this for a month. Now, doing the messaging work on why this matters, seeing where the economy is and whatnot, after other users chimed in, Pete Hegseth's account allegedly said, "Waiting for a few weeks or a month does not fundamentally change the calculus. Immediate risks on waiting. One, that this would leak and we look indecisive. Number two, Israel takes an action first, or Gaza ceasefire falls apart. And we don't get to start this on our own terms. We can manage both. We are prepared to execute. If I had final go or no-go vote, I believe we should. This is not about the Houthis. I see it as two things: restoring freedom of navigation, a core and national interest, and number two, reestablish deterrence, which Biden created. But we can easily pause, and if we do, I will do all we can to enforce 100%. The OPSEC, I welcome other thoughts. Michael Waltz later highlighted the relative toothlessness of Europeans. Whether it's now or several weeks from now, it'll have to be the United States that reopens the shipping lanes. To which J.D. Vance followed up with, "If you think we should do it, let's go. I just hate bailing out Europe again." VP, I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic, said the user identified as Hegseth. So, they go on and on, back and forth here. The response in the wake of Goldberg's report, there was a lot of speculation about whether the Atlantic editor was once again pushing fake news, possibly used by the Trump administration to maybe indirectly telegraph their growing frustrations with Europe's freeloading and relative military weakness, or possibly both. The Brian Hughes, spokesman for the National Security Council, told The Atlantic on Monday, "This appears to be an authentic message chain. We are reviewing how an inadvertent number was added to that chain." That's maybe the who in the hell put this guy into that chain of conversation. Now, this thread is a demonstration of the deep and thoughtful policy coordination between senior officials. The ongoing success of the Houthi operation demonstrates there were no threats to our troops or national security, according to Hughes. With all that breaking out earlier this week, Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, as well as the CIA Director, John Ratcliffe, were both under sworn testimony to the Senate this past day, stating that there was no classified information or material shared on that chat. Gabbard testified, quote, there was no classified material that was shared in that Signal chat. Ratcliffe said, my communications, to be clear, in the Signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful, did not include classified information. Gabbard also said, I can attest to the fact that there were not classified or intelligence equities included in that chat group at any time. Those sworn statements kind of undercutting what the Democrats and the Trump haters are trying to claim, that the national security team recklessly shared classified information on that chat. Okay, so that's kind of back and forth under their testimony. See where it goes over the next few days, but I think this is going to be one of those stories that's going to kind of subside, go away. All right, there, Plowboy, how the heck are you?
Well, good morning. Good morning. Hey, by the way, get your Crayola out, copy down my number, and send that to 4020. Yeah, I talk all night to him about the good old days and the good old tractors. I've had 8630s, 6030s, and yeah, back here when tractors were made out of steel and not plastic. And they weren't made in a foreign country either. Yeah. Now, because a lot of even John Deere has been moved to Mexico, and that's the reason why I won't buy another damn one of them damn things. There you have it.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about the next FMCSA administrator. Did you say you were going to interview them or what?
No, I'm going to be trying to learn more about him. I'm kind of keen to see what Louis Pugh has to say, you know, but with his affiliation with the ATA and all that, it makes me kind of wonder.
Well, put it this way, my biggest hang-up on him is the ATA. Also, the first words out of his mouth, I'll hang him up if he says driver shortage.
Mm-hmm.
If he mumbles the word driver shortage, I'm done. And Steve, unless we get somebody that's been out here long enough, own his own equipment, maybe thinking about retiring, maybe thinking about recycling plant, that's the type of drivers we need out here to be in charge of this crap. We don't need anybody that's over college educated, over book smart, trying to tell us when we need to sleep, go to the shippers and go to receivers. The day of hand-holding is over. Should have I've never had anybody hold my hand. And that's one reason why I'm running a yard truck. Screw them. I'm done. I've been, ever since the loss of my wife, I could care less if I ever get back on that concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Really, I can. That's just the way I feel, Steve. But you brought up an individual's name. I have not talked to him.
Nope.
In over a month. I tried to call him earlier tonight. But as far as big red meal, no sir. It's been about a month.
Okay.
So I was bitching and raising hell, and I called him. I said, "Why are we having troubles when we got so many of these dum-dums?" And I've talked about them cast of characters of the Biden administration that just walked into the cabinet, barely even had anything that resembles a Senate confirmation, and now it's still getting to me. We still some in confirmation, don't we, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number that are still in the process of going through that. Most of the top positions, obviously, they fill them first. Yeah, the crucial leadership.
Correct. And I had a question, Red Mule, I was going to ask, because we lost. She was no longer in Congress, and I know he had some things against her. But she is a Republican. Did you see where we lost that black congressman lady by the name of Mia Love?
I saw that, yes. I wasn't real familiar with her, though.
State of Utah, and that's the reason why I was going to ask Red Mule. He might have some insight. Question, just general. And I always got to tease them about Arizona and what crap goes on down there. So, other than that, I don't know. Because, but when it comes to, brain dead. I'm in the same ballpark with brain dead. Honestly, I think Thursday night, Alabama's out. I think we're going to get beat by BYU just to see the way they played it. Since I'm up here in the Kansas City, Missouri area, I got a few friends kind of, hey, watch KU with us. Yeah, I will. And I think BYU is going to take out Alabama. Really, I can't say anything any different. So, even though I like Alabama to win, no. But have you seen some of the money that NIL has given some of these cats? Case in point, Arizona. I think Arizona Wildcats is given $1.3 million to James to come to play for them. I'm sorry. There is no college freshman in the world worth $1.3 million. I just can't. I've been against $1 million even. Well, who was your all's favorite 10-year man for $270 some odd million to play for the Cincinnati Reds? I'm sorry, when you start playing them high dollar figures, Steve, it's way over my head. And it's just like, Steve Summers, Plowboy, can we really afford to go to these games one of these days? And I like to listen to the basketball. I like to listen to any sports. Really, I do. But damn, I've been having trouble finding even some of these NCAA basketball games because the first words you hear, this broadcast is not available in your area. And it really kind of ticks me off. I pay a phone bill, but yet they want me to pay more to listen to their sports broadcast.
They want you to subscribe to some of the whatever the streaming device, whatever, because that's more and more is going there. They want you to pay. Yeah, speaking of Senate confirmations, like every day you're hearing about more, but most of them, these don't really make the national headlines. Yesterday, Tuesday, Senate confirming Stanford University professor Dr. Jay Bhattacharya to lead the National Institutes of Health, and a guy by the name of Dr. Marty Makary to lead the Food and Drug Administration. Two vocal critics of the federal government's response to the COVID pandemic. Bhattacharya confirmed by a party line 53-47 vote. Makary was appointed by a 56-44 vote. 3 Democrats actually joined the Republican majority in that confirmation. Bhattacharya, one of the 3 authors of the Great Barrington Declaration, a scathing critique of the pandemic response and the damaging physical and mental health impacts of the prevailing COVID-19 policies. Makary, a Johns Hopkins surgeon and researcher, reportedly said the federal government was the greatest perpetrator of misinformation when it came to COVID-19. He opposed vaccine mandates and called the FDA broken and mired in politics and red tape. Now, these 2 guys will oversee 2 agencies that are crucial to implementing the Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s agenda of addressing the nation's chronic health crisis. President Trump has criticized the work of both of those agencies and pledged to restore public trust in those institutions. All right, they break it down a bit more. After years of resisting accountability to Congress and the American people, this agency is due for a fresh start, and Dr. Bhattacharya is the right man for the job. I look forward to working together to rebuild America's trust in this important research agency so it can help Americans regain and maintain their health. All right, there you go. So you have various agencies, nominations, how long it takes to get around to the FMCSA director there for a Senate confirmation. I have no idea. Meanwhile, though, a couple minutes before news break, coming up, we got Carl's on board. We'll say hello to Daryl in Fairfield, Pappy, and several lines available at 844-844-3388. Roki, I see you. I got the message there that said, I'm going to now be visiting the show Mid-America on Saturday. A little game change, I guess. So, look for the red hat. Yeah, I have a sneaky suspicion there'll be a lot of red outs down there, but I guess you might be the only one that says, take the red pill. All right. And then he was talking about... in college basketball, he said it's kind of sad. St. Francis in Pennsylvania announced plans to drop from NCAA Division I to Division III. He says this is your first pay-to-play casualty. Okay, 844-844-3388. Military service members along our southern border, an update about to begin a new phase of enforcement. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth last week gave an order allowing troops assigned to Joint Task Force Southern Border to begin conducting patrols both on foot and aboard the Stryker armored vehicles. Conducting patrols, either on foot or mounted, creates a more proactive and adaptable posture compared to what they refer to as static posts, a fixed position. This approach of patrolling allows service members to cover a larger area of the border, affording them dynamic observation across multiple angles and distances. To that end, the plan calls for troops to station the Stryker units near the border and use night vision and powerful equipment to surveil the open areas. So that order expands the duties of soldiers from just logistics and back-end work that they've been doing up to this point.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues issues, and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Ukraine and Russia have reached an agreement on a very limited ceasefire deal. According to the White House statement, the two countries have agreed to stop fighting in the Black Sea and will work to agree to halt any strikes on energy production. This comes after 3 days of meetings. President Trump today signed a pardon for Devon Archer, a one-time business partner of former President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. Archer was involved in several companies with Hunter Biden before being charged in a fraud scheme that targeted Native Americans and pension funds. He was convicted in 2018. The U.S. Supreme Court twice denied petitions from Archer, most recently in 2024. President Trump, quote, "Many people have asked me to do this. I think he was treated unfairly, and I look at the records, studied the records, and he was a victim of a crime as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to be undoing that," end quote. Luigi Mangione is asking for a laptop in jail to view documents related to his case. Mangione is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. According to the court filings, Mangione's lawyers asked if he be given a laptop solely to look at documents. He would not be able to communicate with anyone through the laptop and would not be able to connect to the internet or run any kind of entertainment. His legal team said that there isn't enough time for Mangione to review the information with his defense team. Young people who consume marijuana are more likely to have a heart attack.
A new study found that people under the age of 50 who consume marijuana are about 6.2 times more likely to experience a heart attack than non-marijuana users. The study also shows young marijuana users are more likely to experience heart failure and an ischemic stroke. The lead researcher says until there's more solid data, he advises people to try to regulate cannabis use. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
A South Florida Democrat blasted President Trump for his executive order indicating his desire to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education.
This is not theoretical. The president has dismantled the Department of Education. It is up to the Congress, but he did it.
West Palm Beach Congresswoman Lois Frankel claims the president broke the law with this order. It's also the claim of a lawsuit filed Monday by a coalition of groups which say Trump exceeded his constitutional authority. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A second sensory room is opening at New Jersey's Newark Liberty International Airport, Terminal A.
The Port Authority says sensory rooms are designed for travelers with special needs. They're meant to provide a peaceful refuge for what can often be an overstimulating environment for people on the autism spectrum or with neurodivergent issues. The new sensory room immerses travelers in a tranquil, underwater-inspired setting. Plus, an aircraft cabin replica, which helps travelers get ready to board their flights. The first sensory room, which opened in December 2023, offers a peaceful, forested riverbank environment. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The markets closed this afternoon slightly up. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 4 points. The S&P 500 added 9, and the Nasdaq gained 83. Thanks for being there. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to totalwellness.com TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
the CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back at it another hour as we roll into a brand new day, 26th day of March, hump day. Here we go. We'll get some news tidbits from Shorty this morning. Of course, Philip said last evening he's going to be on vacation for a couple days here, so we'll not be hearing from him this morning. But we do have some NASA news that we'll share with you this hour. Pretty much NASA's spokesperson pretty much saying that the rescue, the mission to bring back the two stranded astronauts would not have happened without Donald Trump's intervention. An exclusive interview this past day with Fox News Digital. First, I promise we get to Carl out of the box this hour. Morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Last night I forgot to congratulate your national champion, NCAA champion nephew, I believe it is, for his national championship there in wrestling there, and where Donald Trump was present and viewing all of that. And I'm sure that maybe possibly there will be a White House visit on this pretty soon, maybe. And I was just wondering, is he going to become a Olympic hopeful or some kind of getting involved in the Olympics?
Several have asked that, and honestly, I still have not. I haven't spoke to Luke. I haven't spoke to his mom to get any. I should ask the princess. Everybody's asking what's his future holding. What's he looking at? Yeah,
he's got a bright future, I'm sure. As far as the Olympics goes, they usually pick the best, you know what I mean, for training purposes. But getting to the NCAA, Richard Pitino has been hired by Xavier. I didn't know if you heard that or not.
Yeah, I just came across that a few minutes ago. Yeah, and I was going to share that with Senor Heatwave because he's coming from New Mexico.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's done very well in the college ranks with Minnesota and New Mexico. Just got beat out there in New Mexico in the NCAA tournament, but at least he made an appearance. But he's a good coach, a great coach in the making, actually, and he's following his father's footsteps in the game. Rick Pitino is I would consider Rick Pitino probably the best college basketball coach in the nation as far as it goes because of his record with different schools. He's been to so many different schools, unlike Mike Krzyzewski, who stayed at Duke his entire career mostly. And Rick Pitino is just really, he can win anywhere. And Richard is compiling his record too as well here, but he hasn't won a national championship yet. But I'm sure that name Pitino is going to draw some good kids to Xavier.
And the idea
they'll
move into the Big East, that means Rick and Richard will actually be going up against each other during the regular season.
Exactly, and that would be awesome to see that. And St. John's, I don't know what happened to them in that game against Arkansas, but I was watching that game, and I just could not believe the layups that they missed in that game. They missed several layups, and honestly, college basketball, I don't know if you can say it's bad or whatever. College football is the same way. It's all turned into at least semi-pro, professional, if nothing else, with millions of dollars floating to these players now. And they're getting this money, and if you can't give them the money, then they're going to go somewhere else, where they can get the money. And it's like a free agent market now, and you can't bet on them anymore because you really don't know who's going to win and what's going on with the floating of the money, because you can have different players be bought, for a game. And it just doesn't make any sense the way things have worked out. But you can just count on it. There are going to be some things that happen that aren't right in college basketball, college football, the same, and maybe even college baseball. It's just gotten to be a big money racket, basically. And there's a lot of things going on. But Braindead mentioned, I will second the other caller previously that said that Braindead tried to say that Tennessee had beaten Kentucky twice this year. No, that didn't happen. Kentucky beat them twice this year, and once down at Knoxville, once in Lexington. But, yes, it is hard to beat a team 3 times, but all Kentucky has to do in this game is to hit their shots, and hopefully they will. And Rick Barnes is another coach that's probably on his twilight year here with Tennessee. He's getting to the point to where I would say if he loses the Kentucky game here on Friday, that he's probably going to be announcing his retirement pretty soon. So Tennessee may be looking for a new basketball coach as well. But getting to Miss Crockett again, she made the comment about the governor of Texas with the Governor Hot Wheels comment. And that was a bit over the top, I think. And they have came up with a resolution to censor her in the same manner that they did the caveman guy. So she's going to be censured too as well. But actually, they should do a little more than that. They should say, well, if you make a comment like this, and you keep on doing these things, we're going to have to put up a resolution to have you expelled from your job, your position in Congress here, because you're not fit to be a congresswoman, okay? And this is just ridiculous, what's going on here. And as far as the security goes with the phones, they shouldn't have done that, okay? But Trump is right. The mission did go over successfully, and I don't believe that there is any repercussions that's going to be brought out of this, except for that there should be a serious meeting with every one of them and say, you can't do this anymore. or we're going to have, as far as the Trump administration goes, he's going to have to relieve some of their duties, because they can't be doing these kinds of breaches like that. That's not right. Okay, to allow Vindman, in quotation marks, to be involved in your chain, okay, so to speak.
Yeah.
You just can't allow that. That's just ridiculous. To have these whistleblowing people, constantly around and doing these things the way they're doing it. I just call in and make those comments about that. Thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in there. Let's get to Daryl. Morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
All doing well. How about you?
I'm doing fine. Are you all packed up and ready to go?
Well, it's a work in
to
progress.
Kentucky?
I do believe the princess is probably, as we speak, trying to do the last minute, get it ready.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm going to get me a cap whenever I go down there this time. She's going to have some caps for sale.
Yes, we will. Yes, sir.
All right. I'll stop by and pick one up. I been interested in all the ball games, and did Arkansas finally get beat somewhere down the line?
No, Arkansas is going to be playing in the Sweet 16 here.
Well, that's what I thought, but I didn't hear anybody mention them through all the predictions.
Yeah, when
they had the old Kentucky.
Brain Dead in his, I think he was picking, I thought he picked Arkansas to take down Texas Tech, I think. I have to go back and look. They're going to be playing on
I think it would be interesting.
Thursday they'll be playing.
Okay. I just think it'd be real interesting to see Kentucky and Arkansas in a game somewhere down the line with the old coach and the new coach. That would make interesting TV.
Yes, it would.
How is the son doing with his return to work?
End of April. So it's getting close. About five weeks away, I guess, now. So
yeah. Well, I know he's anxious to get back with his Stryker and get back on the road.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I hope you get some rest before your long sieges of 5 hours behind the mic, and I hope to say hello to you Thursday or Friday.
I look forward to seeing you there, Daryl.
All right, see you down the road.
Safe travels coming down there. Should be good weather for Thursday or Friday whenever he decides to come on down, but. Yeah, Sunday, like I said, Sunday looks to be a little bit of a different story, maybe. What's going on, Pappy?
What's up, Steve? When are you and the princess going to start the engine and head that way?
I think I'm thinking about noon, maybe today. You can't check into your hotel normally till like 2, 3 in the afternoon anyway, so I don't want to get there too early. But we do have to go over to the convention center and. Like Kyle said earlier, we'll test out the equipment. We may pop onto Facebook for a moment. If that pops up, we're just running a test,
Right on, gotcha. That's probably about a good time to hit the road, too. Traffic shouldn't be that bad, you know what I mean?
Right.
Heading down that way that time of day, so. But, man, Steve, I don't know about this whole... little chat. What was it called in the Signal Snapchat thing or whatever?
Yep.
Man, listen, this Goldberg dude, he's a real piece of work, right? My thought is whoever added him in, there was no classified information put out. They wouldn't do that over an app chat type thing, any kind of thing like that. They do better than that. But obviously, this guy's a liar, right? He knows what he's going to say. That's why he should have never been put on the list. And I'm saying whoever put him on the list should be fired. Big blunders deserve big statements.
Right.
That's a big blunder.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's balls or what, man. Whoever got him added on there, they should be fired. Man, I don't know if you heard this. Howard Lutnick, I believe it's pronounced. He's an economic senior advisor to Trump. Saw an interview with him. They were talking about those and all this stuff, and he was in the limo with Trump, and they were discussing the possibility of abolishing the IRS. And Howard said to him, he's like, listen, man, if those can get to this certain point of saving the taxpayers so much money, and I think he said if they could get up close to $1 trillion in saving fraud and abuse, he said, would you be willing to drop the federal taxes on anyone making $150,000 or less? And he said that's like 85% of the population. Trump agreed to it. He said, absolutely. You get her done, we'll get this done. Have you heard that?
I heard a suggestion about, I know of eliminating, I didn't know it was up to $150,000, though.
That's what this dude said in this interview. He said Trump agreed to it. He said Trump's not a player. If he agrees with something, he's a man of his word, he'll keep it. So just think of this, Steve. $150,000 a year, everybody making that or less, is 85% of the taxpayers out here. Steve, it just goes to show that 15%, right, of the people making above 150, actually the really wealthy people, are the ones paying the taxes. And you got the Bernie Sanders and everybody else, the billionaires don't pay their fair share when they are paying the majority of the federal income tax. So we'll see. That would be something else, Steve. That would be a pretty good pay raise, man. Daggone it, Steve. We're coming up on April 15th here, and I still ain't done my damn taxes. So I got to get in there. But I haven't even opened some envelopes. I don't even know what I paid in taxes this year. I'd be willing to bet it's close to $20,000-$30,000. That's just in federal. We're not even talking state and every time you go to the store, local tax, you know what I'm saying? So that would be a nice little hunk of change there, man. I'm telling you, if they could pull this off. Yes, sir. All right, brother. Well, off the match you go, man. Probably won't be listening to any live shows. I'll probably catch the reruns, though, that you rebroadcast there at night. But, I don't know. It's possible. What do you run until noon to 5?
Noon to 5 on Thursday, Friday, then 10 to 3 Saturday.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. Probably won't catch any of the live feed, but probably listening to the do it at work, though. So, all right, brother. Listen, man, you guys get down there safe. Everybody get down there safe. Get home safe. Enjoy it. Steve, I think next year it'll be real close. If I'm not retired, I'll be a few weeks away, and I'm probably going to be able to make it next year because I got to burn up all my vacation or comp time that I'll have built up. because I'll lose it if I don't use it. Right?
Right.
Use
it or lose
it.
it.
I'll be down there next year. So all right, safe travels. You and Princess, man. Hope you just be safe travels. But all right, everybody be safe. Appreciate it. See ya.
All right, thank you very much. I got an update out of Austin, Texas. Officials from the Austin police, which is just the latest adding to a string of incidents involving Tesla dealerships, confirming several suspicious incendiary devices discovered at a Tesla dealership in Austin. They confirmed that they had responded to a report of suspicious devices at a Tesla dealership on Monday morning. According to KXAN, they labeled the devices as being incendiary, was the word. Fox News reported police issued a statement that the devices were taken into police custody without incident. This is an open, ongoing investigation. Now, Breitbart News previously reported that due to the ongoing attacks on Tesla vehicles and dealerships around the country, of course, the FBI issued that warning, calling for people to report any suspicious activity they might see. The Boston Herald reports that the FBI released an alert following a spat of incidents involving Tesla vehicles and dealerships nationwide. At least 9 states are on the list, including Massachusetts, where they've seen instances of arson, gunfire, vandalism targeting Elon Musk's company. Be on the lookout for suspicious activity near those dealerships, storage lots, charging stations. Now, last week, 2 dealerships in Las Vegas, Nevada, and Kansas City, Missouri were attacked. Vehicles being damaged and set on fire. Prior to this, an arsonist in Seattle doused a Tesla with gasoline, set it on fire. Of course, going back to the beginning of January, a Tesla Cybertruck, recall sitting outside of the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas, seen engulfed in flames. It is 844-844-3388. We get to some of the other industry headlines real quick like here. I got an update on the story where we had shared last night or the night before. There was 3 individuals that went missing. They were vacationing, I guess, out of California. They were South Korean nationals. They had that big pileup on I-40. Recall that story? And the initial reports on that pileup indicated 22 vehicles involved, 13 passenger vehicles, 2 fatalities, 16 others injured. They put out that call for the public's help in trying to find these 3 who had disappeared along I-40 near that crash scene. They announced this past day, confirming that one of the vehicles in that pileup indeed was a BMW SUV. They confirmed as well that more human remains were located in the crash debris. They haven't officially identified them at this point, but they do believe that's the 3 that had gone missing. They said the intensity and prolonged duration of the fire that ensued during that crash has posed significant challenge for their identification experts. So I think that's sadly the answer to the question. All right, we'll get a news break. Cue ball coming up here, rolling into a hump day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret's Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukraine and Russia are agreeing to a limited ceasefire deal. The two countries have agreed to stop fighting in the Black Sea and will work to agree to halt any strikes on energy infrastructure. Sergei Lavrov spoke with ABC Australia through his interpreter.
Russia is also in favor of considering ways not to cause any damage to the energy infrastructure. This is not in our interests.
This comes after 3 days of negotiations in Saudi Arabia as Ukrainian and Russian delegates met with U.S. mediators. Ukrainian President Zelensky says the ceasefire in the Black Sea is already in effect. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is set to tour an El Salvadoran prison that took hundreds of U.S. deportees.
I'll be in the prison where we sent TDA members. I'll be meeting with the president and also Colombia and Mexico and talking about building these relationships.
Noem says the prison holds illegal immigrants that have alleged ties with a Venezuelan gang. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
back at it here. Where did we leave off? Oh, yeah, get to cue ball. Morning, cue ball.
Good morning, Steve. Let me tell you. You know, I find this whole thing quite interesting. It's one of those things where, you know, you kind of grow up in pop culture. I'm talking about this whole Signal thing. I'll get into trucking stuff here in a minute. I think a lot of times we as a society get caught up in pop culture and thinking that, you know, government, high-ranking officials, whatever, you know, like, you would think that there's a special way that they talk to each other because of the sensitive nature of which they talk. You know, you hear on the news, you know, about there's, you know, the congressmen, or senators, if they want to read stuff, they got to go into what's called a SCIF and give up their phones and all of that. And operational security is nowadays almost like a joke. And honestly, I think it's been that way for quite a long time. I think we fall victim of thinking that things are more important than they are, or rather things are treated like they're more important, but they're not. When I was in the Air Force, and I first, you know, you go through boot, then you go through, you know, tech school to learn how to, you know, do your job, and then you get out there and doing your job. You know, I went in, it was just the mid 90s now, right? So there was no cell phones back then. So whenever I hated answering the phones over there at Fuel Shop, because 99 out of 100, that phone call was not for me. So, sorry about that, dealing with something here. So long story short, I don't like answering the phones. But there was an older tech sergeant that trained me on that. Sounds dumb, but again, this was just a landline phone. There was no cell phones. I don't even I guess email was around, but we weren't using it that I can remember. I certainly wasn't involved. You know, when you answered the phone, you answered Fuel Shop, name and rank, and then you said, "This is an unsecured line." Why did we do that? Well, you never knew who was calling.
Mm-hmm.
So you wanted to always tell them that. Now, this old tech sergeant, you know, he was obviously older and higher ranked than me, but, you know, nonetheless, he come from that old school mentality of, you know, treat everything, you know, you're in the military, for God's sake. You treat everything as if it's important. I don't know who's calling or what they're wanting to talk about, but it was just a common practice that when you answered the phone, you explained to whoever was on the phone it was an unsecured line. Fuel Shop didn't have a secured line, in fact. So if anything important, like really important, had to come down from on high, I imagine that old school walked through the front door, which I know from fact happened on occasion. To be mindful of it is my point. Why is it acceptable, and apparently it is, why is it acceptable that we're using these phone apps for important messaging? Or, and I'll tell you, some of these people don't have a clue, which gets me onto my topic later. Why are we using these apps for these important type of communications? Mm-hmm. You would think that these people, wouldn't you think that the government has like a special type of either a cell phone or a landline, you know, secured methods of communication?
Absolutely.
You would think that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not some stupid app on the average phone that any you know, ding dong can put on their phone, right? I often wondered, like, when your son was in the military, he had his phone on him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, you got all these, you know, you got everybody that's in the military, and I remember they were kicking around about whether they were going to try to eliminate the use of TikTok on anybody in DOD because of what these phones can suck up, geolocations or whatever, because of the TikTok app in the phone. What does think about it? Sailors go out to sea in an aircraft carrier or a submarine. Where do their phones go? Can you guarantee that phone is off and not pinging, telling people where it is? I've often wondered this. Where's the operational security around these damn cell phones? and now you got, the national security advisor on Signal. I just don't. You would think that the government had a way for these people to communicate beyond just their average phone. That's my point. Security doesn't exist in reality. We learned that I remember I still to this day have that argument with both my sons, where they're going, oh, we would see this, we would see that. I'm like, guys, they flew a spy balloon over our nation. No one knew, but nobody, the only reason we knew about it is because somebody spotted it over Montana. 9/11 happened. We couldn't even get a plane in the air prior to the last plane hitting a target, and the planes that we did put up in the air were unarmed. You couldn't scramble. This government, at least, hopefully, it was different. But I've seen nothing to improve to say that anything is improved. This government couldn't scramble an egg within 5 minutes, let alone an armed jet. This isn't the days of SAC-NORAD when you had a nuclear-armed bird in the air at all times. Like I said, it couldn't scramble an egg inside of 5 minutes, let alone an armed aircraft. And I've seen nothing to tell me otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that this shows where some of the weaknesses are, and we need to get back into. And I think these people are genuine to what they're trying to do. But I think it shows, hey guys, maybe you shouldn't be using the average phone that's made in China and a Signal app that's made in God knows where to discuss this kind of thing. Now, I get it. It wasn't, this reporter talks about it. It's war plans. No, it was just kind of a generic conversation of whether we should or shouldn't, which, okay. But you would think the Secretary of Defense has a secured phone to use, not some phone that any jabroni can use.
Yep.
That's the difference. And I really think they need to look into that. Okay? So that's that. Now, I must have missed something in my dealing with today's drama in trucking world. So who's this? I heard you probably talking about I guess, whoever they're wanting to run the FMCSA, and he's connected with the ATA. What's the detail with this?
Guy by the name of Derek Barrs, B-A-R-R-S, has been nominated yesterday by Trump to run the FMCSA.
Never heard of him. Who's this guy?
Yeah, let's see. The American Trucking Association applauding the nomination. With nearly 2 decades of experience in law enforcement and the commercial motor vehicle industry, his career defined by his emphasis on making our roads safer, blah, 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 says Chris Spear. He's a member of the American Trucking Association's Law Enforcement Advisory Force or something, and he's a member of the Florida Trucking Association.
Did he ever drive? Doesn't sound like it.
That was the question I asked just a few minutes ago. Has the guy ever been behind the wheel of a truck? Now, I said he's been a consultant. He's been a consultant on traffic-related and commercial vehicle projects in numerous states. He joined the ATA's Law Enforcement Advisory Board in 2021. Been an active member of the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance in several roles. Served as the president of the associate members, where he represented motor carriers and suppliers to the industries. I don't think he's not a truck driver, no.
No, I hear more DOT cop than I do truck driver, so to me that sounds like an adversarial problem just in and of itself. But yeah, this is a sensitive topic, but I'll go ahead and ask it. Does OIDA have anything to say about that?
Their statement was, we look forward to working with Derek Barrs and advancing the priorities of small business truckers, fighting freight fraud, what else? Rolling back unnecessary regulations and closing regulatory loopholes. The standard, so.
So basically they said, hi, we're still in a room. Nobody notices us over here, but we're still here. That sounds like a nothing statement. I mean, do they take, it's not just them, it's everybody, especially in politics. Is there a class that they teach, like when you get out of high school, or maybe it's a high school elective, on how to write a lot of words that say and mean absolutely nothing? Because that's what I hear there too. All right, let's get down to the skinny. So today, I'll tie into this, I promise. Today was the challenging day. Going down a road with an overweight, overwidth, and slightly overheight permit load. By the way, in 2 states in this route that I'm taking, I could run at night with this, provided I'm not over 14 haul. There's a bracket on the top of this load that puts it at 14.4. But two 10-millimeter screws, or bolts, I mean, and that bracket comes off and it puts me right at 14. You could run at night if you're 14 and under, but not if you're 14.4. I'm confused as to why that is. Because last I checked, the bridges don't sag at night and they raise back up when the sun rises. If I would clear the bridge at 2 a.m., I would clear the bridge at 2 p.m. Just saying. Mm-hmm. I'm not the smartest man on planet Earth, but I'm pretty sure the bridge doesn't sag at night. So does anybody want to explain that one to me? I can understand maybe the width, but if you have the edge of your loads lit up, wouldn't you be better off at night when there's less traffic? Again, but what do I know? I only got to deal with this crap. Not this guy, and not the other guy. I do. Neither one of them have a clue. But they govern or represent me. Scratch my head and wonder. Okay. Boom! Blow out a tire. Okay. Where I blew the tire was too narrow of a shoulder to pull over and not worry about either getting sideswiped or just straight up ran into. So I limped it down the road and I got it into a truck stop that I figured, okay, I'd be good to go to get a tire changed. I noticed something while I'm getting my tire changed, getting checked. Not changed, getting replaced. I wound up buying 2 tires because I don't want to put an old tire next to a new tire, so I bought 2 new tires. Now I got an extra spare. With that being said, there's a little diagram on the counter of the tire shop. And what it is, a diagram of the 18 wheels on an 18-wheeler. 2 steer tires, 4 tires per axle on a drive, 4 tires per axle, standard 5-axle 18-wheel truck. And I looked at this diagram, and I asked the lady, I said, I gotta ask, you actually need this? She said, yes. So many drivers come in here, cannot tell us in verbiage. This is Arkansas, by the way.
Yeah.
They cannot tell us in English which tire is flat. So they have to point to the diagram on a generic truck as to where the flat tire is. Well, my question was answered as the more I sat there and waited for one guy who couldn't speak English to get his company to pay his bill so they would release his truck, and then I could pull out. The only way I managed to get in when he pulled his truck out was because they threatened to charge him with another hour of labor because their shop was tied up with the company fiddle farting around to get him a comp check or whatever to get his bill paid to get him out the door. But that guy couldn't speak English, so that was also another issue. The driver behind him, same thing. And then you had another one come rolling in here that, let's just say, doesn't understand which bathroom to use. It's one of those. So that was my experience at the tire. My tire got out of the shop. Good to go, but I had to haul ass to get to the next state line so I can then run to the next state at night because the state I was in would shut you down at night because, again, the laws of physics changed the state lines, not just the laws of the land. Again, who's representing me to solve these problems? None of them. Neither one of the two have been effective in solving these problems in the trucking industry. Mm-hmm. So rather than bitch about it, I guess I will ask, has anybody, obviously I'm guarantee you ATA has, but has anybody from OOIDA sat down with the new transportation secretary or anybody from his office and tried to explain some of this or any issues that we have in the trucking industry?
I do know Louis Pugh. Louis Pugh, the executive vice president, is actually in D.C. right now, and he's part of a panel addressing the Transportation Committee later this morning about some of the issues. I think the focus was going to be on, I know, up in the mandatory minimum insurance was one, and what was the other topic? Yeah, a couple of things he was going to focus on, but it might have been the English language proficiency thing.
It is getting. I mean, you know, I talked about Steve. How many years we've been talking about this on your show?
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to say the entirety of my 26-year trucking career. 26 years we've been talking about it, no one's done a damn thing about it, and now it is so bad. It is unbelievable. I wish these people. I wish these people would go. I don't know, just deal with what I dealt with today. Just look at that. Don't do anything more than that. You can't get a tire patched without dealing with all of these little issues. And all the different regulations that just jam you up to what you should and shouldn't do. Oh, that was another thing. There's another one, Senator. They had to get sent out on a road call. And I asked, how in the heck is a guy on the side of the interstate because of a busted pigtail wire and a small air leak? What was described to them as a small air leak. And I'm like, you're going to work on that truck on the side of the interstate? You're out of your mind. Turn that thing around and bring it to the shop. You're going to get ran over out there. That vehicle was not what's the word? It wasn't immobilized.
Mm-hmm.
It was perfectly capable of going to the next repair area or at least a safer pull-off spot than the side of the damned interstate. But that company, one of the larger ones, the ATA companies, so there's an issue, they tell them boys to shut them down right where it is and get it fixed right, Johnny, on the spot, literally on the side of the road. And I'm like, okay, that might be what's legally required, but that's going to get people killed. How is that's a legal requirement that gets people killed? To force people to work on trucks on the side of the road when you don't have to. Again, I guess technically I was supposed to wait for a road call to get a tire brought to me. Meanwhile, my 10-foot wide trailer sitting on a 7-foot wide shoulder, heavy, can't get off the pavement, so I got to stay on the pavement. So I guess I'll block up the right lane until the road service is done, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I could get in trouble for limping it to the truck stop on a single. See where we're going with? See what I'm saying? Who is bringing this to these clowns? Who is talking about this? Nobody. And I'm sorry, but I'm kind of down on trade groups that insurance companies that pose as trade groups that just aren't getting it done anymore. What if they accomplished to stop? Very little to nothing. They're not even pushing to get members anymore like they used to. They're not reaching. They're still stuck in the old world ways of getting members. Have they ever reached out to somebody like me or Gentry or anybody else that I know? Do they even advertise on other platforms other than, like, I know they advertise on yours. I'm pretty sure they still do anyway on your show. But that's it. I don't hear no advertisements at all, other than the fact, and the ones you do are all about their selling insurance. How about you get back to being a trade group representing drivers? And how about you get back to explaining to drivers that that's what you're here for? That's why you're ineffective, because you're not getting nothing done. How do you change that? I don't know. But I really think somebody needs to light a fire under their ass and say, hey, maybe you start getting, rather than just having the same job for the last 30 years, maybe you get up off your ass and start getting it done. Because you're not. And I'm not impressed with it. So who's representing me? This ATA clown that the administration wants in there? I get it. This administration is pro-business. They're not looking. Is anybody explaining to this administration that the majority of trucking is small operations? And the ATA and the ATA members are the minority of the entirety of the trucking industry? Has anybody sat anybody down and explained that to them? I'm willing to bet you the answer is no. But a small guy like me's got no chance of talking to anybody of any prominence that'll listen to any. I suppose I could try, but that'd be kind of laughable. Some truck driver, YouTuber wants to talk to the transportation secretary. Yeah, sure. Could you imagine the laughing of that one? But the point is, who's getting anything done?
Right.
And who's representing us nowadays? I'm just not seeing it. Sorry, I'm not. So, I don't know. Maybe there's a way to light a fire under someone's rear end and get it moving. Maybe there's a way that somebody could step up, take that mantle, and run with it. But I don't know. How much... If you're listening to the ATA, they're the people that help to make it the way it is nowadays. So, just like the Signal app thing, we might like this administration, but they're not perfect. And if they're being led or advised by people with agendas, like the first Trump administration, sadly, he was led by people who did not have the country's best interests in mind. He was advised, I should say, by people that did not have the country's best interests at heart, and was led off the rails with a lot of other certain issues. And now it's not as bad, but you're going to have this kind of, again, just by what you just told me, again, I missed the whole thing today. I wish I had the time to look into it a little bit further. But from what you're describing to me, this is the last guy on planet Earth we want running the FMCSA. So,
at this
point, do about it?
At this point, yes, more questions than answers. Because my first thing I said was, well, we know the ATA is all on board with the governed trucks, the speed limiters. They're all on board, with the automatic emergency braking systems and so many things that we've been fighting. Or the small business truckers, people like you, say you don't want anything to do with. You don't want nothing to do with a 64-mile-an-hour truck, do you?
Absolutely not. But that's the problem. The people that are representing us are not doing it, are not effective in their job. And that's my problem.
Oh.
How do we get that done? I don't know. Steve, I'll be honest with you. If you got, I'll say it on air. I don't care. If you got any pull or someone to speak to or say, hey, Q-Ball would like to speak to you, maybe you could work something out. You'll put something in someone's ear. I'm game. I'm down. But from my angle, no one from over there is reaching out to me or anybody like me. So just keep selling insurance. Or do you want to get something done? If you want to get something done, get a hold of me. Call Steve. He knows how to get a hold of me. If not, then just sell you insurance, and I'll just keep my head down and do what I got to do.
I get you. All right, Q-Ball.
So
well, we'll see you, I guess, on Thursday, right?
See you Thursday.
Thursday, Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeed. I guess there's supposed to be some FMCSA representation there. Who's going to be, I have not seen, but...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is trying to order states to require proof of citizenship before voting.
On Tuesday, Trump signed an executive order demanding people provide documents proving their citizenship when they register to vote. The measure also threatens to withhold federal funding from states that don't comply. Election experts say Trump can't override a statute passed by Congress that lists the requirements of voter registration. I'm Brian Shook.
Tax season is a busy time for scammers looking to steal your refund and identity.
Experts advise ignoring any emails and text messages about your taxes. They may be tricks to get your personal information.
Anything that says it's from the IRS, be wary. Remember, we don't just out of the blue contact you.
Luis Garcia from the IRS recommends protecting your identity by setting up an identity protection PIN. Use strong, unique passwords for each online account and never reuse passwords. Enable two-factor authentication whenever possible, and don't share your passwords with anyone. If you receive a letter, text, or email that looks like it's from the IRS, you can confirm its authenticity at irs.gov. I'm Dina Kodiak.
Men who avoid prostate cancer screenings, especially those over 50 or with a family history of prostate cancer, face a 45% higher risk of dying from that disease.
That's what an analysis of data from 7 European countries is showing. PSA screening and digital rectal exams can identify prostate cancer in the earliest stages when it's most treatable. Researchers say getting tested can lower man's risk of death by 20%. The American Cancer Society says prostate cancer killed 35,000 men in the U.S. last year, making it the second leading cause of cancer deaths in men after lung cancer. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Stocks edged higher today on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 4 points. The S&P 500 added 9 points. The Nasdaq gained 83 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
A South Florida Democrat blasted President Trump for his executive order indicating his desire to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education.
This is not theoretical. The president has dismantled the Department of Education. It is up to the Congress, but he did it.
West Palm Beach Congresswoman Lois Frankel claims the president broke the law with this order. It's also the claim of a lawsuit filed Monday by a coalition of groups which say Trump exceeded his constitutional authority. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The owner of a Harlem funeral home is speaking out after he was beaten, robbed, and threatened with a machete last month.
66-year-old Daniel Wilhelmina tells the Daily News he was stunned by the holdup. He says he told the 2 robbers this is a funeral home, not a bodega, as they relieved him of his wallet and cell phone and later used his credit cards to buy a pair of sneakers and a bottle of liquor. Wilhelmina told detectives that with tens of thousands in available credit, the thieves could have bought so much more. He said they should go to jail just for being stupid. One of the alleged robbers has since been been caught. Larry Kofsky.
Washington State Governor Bob Ferguson has rescinded the planned release of a convicted triple killer.
On his last day in office, former Governor Jay Inslee approved the release of Timothy Pauly. He is serving a life sentence for the murders of 3 people in a SeaTac tavern in 1980 during a robbery. Inslee said Pauly showed remorse. Family members of the victims met with Governor Ferguson, who said he is unconvinced that Pauly is fit for release and the parole was canceled. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll kick off our final hour with clear lines at 844-844-3388. A couple of things discussed with Cue Ball there. First, many asking the same questions. How did this so-called reporter end up on the line? Who tied this guy in? The president sat down with Greg Kelly. Greg Keller reports. A pretty extensive, wide-ranging interview. And he spoke about this past day. How was this guy invited to be part of the Signal app group about the attack on Houthi terrorists in Yemen? All right, the link to Goldberg was on White House National Security Advisor Mike Waltz's team, he says. And what we believe is somebody that was on the line with permission, somebody that was with Mike Waltz. So it worked for Mike Waltz. Maybe at a lower level had, I guess, Goldberg's number or called through the app. And somehow this guy ended up on the call. Now, he said it wasn't classified, as I understand. There was no classified information. There was no problem. And the attack was a tremendous success. But I can only go by what I've been told. But I was told, and the other people weren't involved at all. But I actually feel very comfortable, he said. Kelly said, well, should hard lines be used for future meetings instead of Signal? To which Trump said, I like hard lines, but the best way is to be in the Situation Room or some other room where you're all together, where you don't have any time. You have a line, whether it's air or whether it's a hard line, there's always going to be a risk that people are listening. Now, earlier yesterday, Trump gave Waltz a vote of confidence, stating he thinks Waltz learned a lesson. Trump, like Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Waltz on Tuesday when he spoke publicly for the first time about this whole thing. But he did say this, Goldberg, bad news. It's the Atlantic. They made up all kind of stories about me. Goldberg, a loser. His magazine's a big loser. So I get, obviously, they've got to be looking a little bit more. If you had somebody working for Waltz at a lower level, yes, how does this individual just think, hey, can I tag this reporter with the Atlantic in on this conversation? No, hell no. Yeah, somebody's got to be held responsible. Now, the other issue, what are we doing about? The state of Arkansas is one that's looking to do something about this inability to communicate in English, but you're driving a commercial vehicle. As the House of Representatives and the Senate are debating two bills, harsher punishments against truck drivers who are in the U.S. Illegally and obtain or use commercial driver's licenses. The House Bill 1569, filed in February, calls for commercial vehicle drivers to operate in the state to demonstrate proficiency in the English language. These drivers must be able to read the road signs, the warning signs, understand traffic control devices, communicate effectively in an emergency with emergency responders, law enforcement, and other drivers, or when they go in to try to have service, right? You're going in to, I got a flat tire. Which one is it? That's horrible. This is called the Secure Roads and Safe Trucking Act of 2025. This would fine truckers without sufficient proficiency in English $5,000. It also calls for harsher penalties for drivers operating without a valid CDL, including a fine of $5,000 and impoundment of their vehicle. It would stiffen laws against undocumented drivers who injure another person while operating their vehicle, making it a Class D felony. Minimum 6 months prison time. Undocumented drivers who commit vehicular homicide with a commercial motor vehicle, regardless of intent, would face a minimum 10 years in prison. This would be a Class B felony. Also, carriers who negligently provide commercial motor vehicles to individuals in violation of this bill would be fined $10,000. This is strongly supported by the advocacy group known as American Truckers United. Now, the group also opposes House Bill 1745, which passed in the House last Thursday, arguing it would legalize foreign CDLs in the state. That bill, 1745, which is now awaiting action in the Senate, would make presenting a fake CDL or operating a commercial vehicle without an employment authorization a Class D felony. House Bill 1745 allows a person to drive a commercial motor vehicle if he or she has a CDL or commercial learner's permit issued by a state, territory, or possession of the U.S., the District of Columbia, or Puerto Rico. If you have a CDL issued by Canada, Mexico, or any other jurisdiction under a waiver or exemption that's recognized by the FMCSA, they would also be permitted as long as they have a valid employment authorization document. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association said while they support the intent of that bill, they wish the bill went further to address hiring issues by the larger carriers. We generally support the intent in the Arkansas legislature, but there are other underlying issues. Corporate mega carriers recruiting foreign truck drivers to undercut the ability of American truck drivers to earn a decent living, according to Doug Morris, Director of State Affairs. Corporate mega carriers, they will use every loophole available, including those previously established by the FMCSA, to save a buck on the back of American truckers. They said we are actively pursuing solutions on the state and federal level to right this wrong. FreightWaves said they had reached out to the American Trucking Association for comment. I guess they had not received a response. So the House Bill 1569, that would actually put some meat to the issue. 1745 sounds like it's just kind of going on the same old path we've been on. How about the president's signaling major changes to elections in this country? I can see the left going absolutely ballistic on this. President Trump, if you had, signing the sweeping executive order to overhaul the elections, requiring documentary proof of citizenship to register to vote in federal elections, and demanding that all ballots be received by Election Day. This has been, to me, a point of contention. If you're going to request an absentee ballot and it's sent out to you a month before the election, why in God's name do they allow people to wait till the day before or the day of the election to even put it in the mailbox and accept it a week later? It's just it's an invitation for fraud. The order entitled Preserving and Protecting the Integrity of Elections says the United States has failed to enforce basic necessary election protections, calling on the states to work with federal agencies to share voter lists and prosecute election crimes. The order stated federal law prohibits foreign nationals from registering to vote to begin with or voting in federal elections, but states fail adequately to vet their voters' citizenship. And in recent years, the Department of Justice has failed to prioritize and devote sufficient resources for enforcement of these provisions. It also said the Biden administration actively prevented states from removing aliens from their voter lists. This kind of foreign interference undermines the franchise and the right of American citizens to govern their republic. Above all, elections must be honest and worthy of the public trust, he says. That requires voting methods that produce a voter verifiable paper record, allowing voters to efficiently check their votes to protect against fraud or mistake. Election integrity has to be modified accordingly. Now, they break down, I guess this is the Cliff Notes, some of what this sweeping order is going to require, according to a fact sheet from the White House. Strengthening citizenship verification and banning foreign nationals from interfering in U.S. elections. Stating the Election Assistance Commission will require documentary government-issued proof of U.S. citizenship on the voter registration forms, including a U.S. passport, a federal or state-issued photo ID, or a military-issued identification. The Attorney Generals will take appropriate action against states that count ballots received after Election Day in federal elections. Federal election funding will be conditioned on compliance to this. Agencies like the Department of Homeland Security, Social Security Administration, the State Department must provide states with access to federal databases to verify eligibility and citizenship of individuals registered to vote. The Attorney General will prioritize prosecuting non-citizen voting and related crimes, including through the use of Homeland Security records and coordination with state attorneys general. federal election funds will be conditioned on states complying with the integrity measures set forth by federal law, including the requirement that states use the National Mail Voter Registration Form that will now require proof of citizenship. I guess you can see many of these states, California, some of these states that want to just willy-nilly send out a damn mail-in voter ballot to anybody on the registration rolls without even checking their citizenship. These kind of obviously, there's going to be states that are going to try to fight this and say, the hell, we're not going to do that. Okay, so then you're going to lose your federal funding. This is going to be a big-time fight, if I can make a prediction. It also directs the updating of the Voluntary Voting System Guidelines 2.0 and security standards for voting equipment and prioritizing federal grant funds accordingly. That requires a voter verifiable paper ballot record and not using ballots in which the counted vote is contained within a barcode or some sort of a QR code. You're going to fill out ballots. You're going to fill in the square, fill in the circle, whatever it's going to be, and there's a paper trail. It directs the Attorney General to enter into information sharing agreements with state election officials to identify cases of election fraud or other election law violations. Non-compliant states might face prioritized federal enforcement of election integrity laws and loss of funding given their unwillingness to police the fraud. The Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security shall prevent non-citizens from any involvement in administering elections. Attorney General will fully enforce the voter list maintenance requirements of the National Voter Registration Act and Help America Vote Act. All agencies must report on compliance with undoing Joe Biden's Executive Order 14019, which turned federal agencies into Democrat voter turnout centers. So turning things around. This kind of mirrors many of the provisions of the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, the SAVE Act, that was supported by House Speaker Mike Johnson and reintroduced this year after failing to make it out of the Democrat-controlled Senate in 2024. This will undoubtedly face legal challenges from voting right organizations. All right, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, going back to Cue Ball's other question, yeah, it looks like pretty much everybody in the industry was pretty much saying the same thing this past day about the nomination of this Derek Bars. And of course, with his ATA association, sure, they're going to love it. They say with nearly 2 decades of experience in law enforcement and the commercial motor vehicle industry. His career defined by his emphasis on making our roads safer for all motorists. Now that's Chris Spear, president of the ATA. I'm thinking, okay, you got a guy, they're highlighting his association with the CVSA, no less. Yeah, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance. The same Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance that scrapped the out-of-service designation for people that can't speak or read the damn English language. Yeah, what in the name of God? How could you do that and say, we're making the roads safer? And now we're all, state by state, we're all questioning. Yeah, you see all these fatalities, deaths occurring out there. A driver that can't read the English language, who doesn't understand the signage that shows there's an emergency escape route at the bottom of this hill so you don't plow into the cars that are stopped at the bottom. How many people died in that incident? Yeah, this guy in Austin, Texas. I mean, we all know. OIDA, for their part, they pretty much, they said the same old thing. I guess you correctly designated that cue ball. We're in the room. We're looking to work with you. We look forward to working with him in advancing the priorities of small business truckers, fighting freight fraud, rolling back unnecessary regulations, closing regulatory loopholes. We encourage a swift confirmation in the Senate and look forward to working with DeBars to improve the safety. Does anyone besides me and maybe a few of my listeners have an immediate question? Now, as I said, who was it? I think the Truckload Carriers Association, they're all in. His deep understanding of the trucking industry's safety priorities, proven ability to foster partnerships between carriers and public safety officials, his contributions to the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, as I just mentioned. TCA, along with safety professionals across the industry, have been eagerly anticipating the selection of the next administrator. We look forward to working with, word for word, what they said at OOIDA. We look forward to working with, to improve highway safety, working with them on pressing issues like truck parking, cargo theft prevention. Florida Trucking Association, everybody's on the same page. Nobody even questioning the fact that he's never driven a truck. All right, we'll be back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Ukraine and Russia are agreeing to a limited ceasefire deal. The two countries have agreed to stop fighting in the Black Sea and will work to agree to halt any strikes on energy infrastructure. Sergei Lavrov spoke with ABC Australia through his interpreter.
Russia is also in favor of considering ways not to cause any damage to the energy infrastructure. This is not in our interests.
This comes after 3 days of negotiations in Saudi Arabia as Ukrainian and Russian delegates met with U.S. mediators. Ukrainian President Zelensky says the ceasefire in the Black Sea is already in effect. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is set to tour an El Salvadoran prison that took hundreds of U.S. deportees.
I'll be in the prison where we sent TDA members. I'll be meeting with the president and also Colombia and Mexico and talking about building these relationships.
Noem says the prison holds illegal immigrants that have alleged ties with a Venezuelan gang. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we left off there. Derek Bars. Lastly, a statement was from the Florida Trucking Association, which he's a member of as well. Derek has become a dear friend to me and thus instrumental leader, he says, in the trucking industry. That's president and CEO of the Florida Trucking Association. His proven leadership and understanding of both public safety and transportation operations make him an ideal candidate to guide the FMCSA through today's complex challenges. All right. I and members of the Florida Trucking Association congratulate this well-deserved nomination. Throughout his career, Barr has demonstrated an ability to create effective collaborations between the trucking industry and public safety officers, addressing critical issues including road safety initiatives, educating the motoring public, boots on the ground for years of voluntary vehicle inspections, outreach to company terminals, and developing the Truck Drivers and Troopers program. Yeah, that's a program that's been adopted by a number of states. They call it Truck Drivers and Troopers there in Florida. It's troopers in a truck in many states. That's all about trying to catch truck drivers for whatever sort of violations by disguising basically another big truck, putting law enforcement in there under the premise that if you don't see a cop around, you might do something next to another truck that you otherwise wouldn't do if you actually saw, say, a trooper sitting on the side of the highway. That's all about enforcement. Okay, my first question is going to be, with all his supposed working with the commercial vehicle safety, the first question I would have, what's your take on all these drivers, the thousands that we've brought into this country under the premise of a driver shortage? I think Plowboy mentioned if the first thing that comes out, first time he says there's a driver shortage, you know he's not the one to work with. What about the premise of putting someone in charge? The FMCSA, that is exclusively the trucking industry. I can understand when it comes to the likes of the Department of Transportation, DOT Secretary. We had Buttigieg, didn't know his rear from a hole in the ground. You got Sean Duffy now, who has, I guess, he has experience in working in the swamp there in Washington, D.C. But the DOT, that's airlines, that's the railways, that's shipping, that's trucking, it's everything, transportation. The FMCSA exclusively the regulatory and enforcement arm of the trucking industry. Can we ever find someone that actually has driven a truck, has experience out there on the highways dealing with this sort of stuff on a day in and day out basis? Seeing firsthand what individuals who cannot communicate in the English language that are being allowed to drive in this country, the havoc and chaos and loss of life that they're creating out there. I realize it's not all foreign drivers that are being involved in fatality accidents. but the rate of said drivers is much greater. All right. Plowboy had a few more comments about this guy. Go ahead, Plowboy.
Yeah, thank you, sir, and thanks for cue ball lightning a little bit more light on this situation. I'll put it this way, Steve, from what I can just for what y'all just said. Who she reminds me of? You remember the Zero truck accident? FMCSA director, I believe she was.
Ann Farrow.
No, sir.
Elaine
Was
Chao?
it not Annette Sandberg? Who was
Annette Sandberg, yes. Annette Sandberg. That was the one. Yep.
from the state of Washington, damn near retired as a lieutenant or something out of the Washington State Highway Patrol. And once she got in there, she got ATA in her pockets and on. And I think, wasn't Annette Sandberger the last one that basically signed off on our go to sleep when we tell you to go to sleep electronic onboard recorders or electronic logs, whatever you want to call them. And I mean, I heard when I was running apples out of Washington, she was going to be a thorn in our side. And I'm sorry, I think this one,
was that the one that did the mandatory? You had to have midnight to 5 in your time zone or whatever during whatever your breaks. You had to be off during you had to, because everybody sleeps at night, right? You had to have midnight to 5 included in your off duty.
Yes, sir.
That was
you just nailed it. But I hope to goodness we can find somebody different than this one, because I'm sorry, I got a bad taste in my mouth. But I know you probably got somebody else in line. But hey, enjoy your trip, enjoy Louisville. And, I do have a question. You got I forget which one it is. Look this one up for me. I got a question for one of these motor companies, might be Cummins, I'm wanting to say, looking at building a gasoline truck engine. Have you caught anything like that, Steve?
I have not.
They're talking about making at least class 6, 7, possibly an 8 gasoline truck motor. I want to say it's Cummins.
Huh.
And if you look at all like California and all these that are trying to squish fossil fuels, and I think that's a joke, but it might be where I do know California is not bumping gasoline motors. So, but I'll get off here. Enjoy your weekend. Hey, Steve, are you going to be on the app on Saturday night from the Saturday night show, or when will that be presented?
Well, what plays on Saturday night will be, because we'll be doing the same thing. We're recording at the show on Saturday. So that'll be what we recorded during the day at from 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. That'll play back on Saturday night. Sunday night into Monday morning will be, who knows? It could be this show. Maybe it's a mix up of some of the shows over Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'd assume.
Sunday night, Monday morning?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to be back alive.
We'll be back Monday night into Tuesday morning.
Oh, yeah, Berman.
Sorry about that.
All right. Well, y'all have a good trip.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Have a good one.
All right. I did a quick search there. Let's see. Gas-powered big truck. For big trucks, a notable gas-powered engine option is the Cummins X15N. That's natural gas. Okay, so not gasoline. I'll have to do a little more searching on that. I had not heard anything about that, so. All right, we'll get hey, speaking of the NTPA, we'll get the full update. New season just a matter of weeks away. And as Kyle mentioned earlier, the last several years, we've actually had NTPA truck pooling action there, coinciding with the Mid-America Truck Show. Not sure what happened there. What sort of maybe caused a fallout of some sort that they're not going to be there for this Saturday night this year. But
Championship polling is heading for the starting blocks with an opener in the Southeast. Then the action sweeps across 3 Midwestern states in June. But first, we've got a party going on at the office, so come on by. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. After a long winter's wait, the NTPA's 2025 national campaign is less than 10 weeks away. We'll take an in-depth look at the events that comprise the premier truck and tractor pulling organization's calendar over the next several weeks, beginning with the Grand National Circuit in this report and the next. First, however, a reminder. The new NTPA headquarters at 1299 Campbell Road in Marion, Ohio is open, and we'll swing our doors wide for members, sponsors, and neighbors to come for a visit on Saturday, April 12th from noon to 5 p.m. Check out the articles in the March Tire Tracks email newsletter and on the front page of ntpapull.com. Now I have to tell you, the new headquarters is already pretty snazzy, but you can add your own personal touch with a decorative walkway brick engraved with a message to honor a loved one or recognize an accomplishment. Bricks are available in 4-inch by 8-inch and 8-inch by 8-inch sizes, and duplicates may be purchased for display at your home or shop. See the front page of ntpapull.com for more information. Also to competitors, the deadline for obtaining your 2025 driver license and vehicle registration at the middle rate is fast approaching. Prices go up on April 1st, so be sure to have your applications filled out and payments made at ntpa.tracksiteapp.com before then. Now, on to the 2025 Grand National schedule. This year's circuit again opens in Benson, North Carolina for the Galat Motorsports Park Mule City 300 on Friday and Saturday, May 30th and 31st. Superstock Open and Superfarm tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, and mini and light modifieds will appear in 2 sessions, each beginning at 7 p.m. Visit galotmotorsportspark.com for more information about the venue. Then it's a new earlier date for the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota, Friday and Saturday, June 6th and 7th. The McLeod County Fairground will roar to life with 6 classes each night. Superstock Diesel and Pro Stock tractors, Superstock Diesel 4x4 and Super Semi trucks, and mini and multi-engine modifieds. It's PowerPoleNationals.com for info and tickets. Hutch moved up one weekend to put the Farley Nationals in from Thursday through Saturday, June 12th through the 14th at the 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa. But this year's event is extra special. Thursday and Friday are invitational heat sessions for 5 divisions: Pro Stocks, 4.1 Pro Stocks, 2-wheel drives, 4-wheel drives, and minis. Also on Friday only, Superstock Diesel 4x4s. And they're all qualifying for the Saturday night finals, with each of 6 classes paying $50,000 to win. See 300raceway.com for all the facts about the facility, and stay tuned to ntpapull.com for competitor lists in the coming weeks. After a weekend to catch our breath, it's the season's first Super National, and it's solid gold. The 50th anniversary Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals will invade Tomah, Wisconsin from Thursday, June 26th through Saturday the 28th. 12 Grand National and 3 Regional National divisions will collide on the twin tracks of Recreation Park for 5 sessions that celebrate 5 decades of pulling excellence in the upper Midwest. Visit TOMAHTractorpull.com for ticket and camping information. That'll complete the Grand National schedule's first month, but we're not even halfway home. More to come this time next week. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
All right, hello to Lauren Weiss, the two-time world-famous two-time Hall of Famer. Said all you drivers complaining about the FMCSA, foreign drivers, regulations. Do you get involved by actually making phone calls, talking to representatives, senators, the likes? Livestock transportation is living proof that getting involved and actually doing some work will get you the type of trucking life you desire. Yeah, because he's out there, he's hauling freight and he ain't worried about no ELD. Take a nap when he's ready. All right, see what Vic is on board, I do believe. Let me scroll back. Morning, Vic.
Yeah, Vic. Hey, good morning, Steve. Real quick, I don't know if you've noticed my emails or not, but they've changed my profile, and the name that shows up, that's something that G. Gordon Liddy used to use. That's one of the things I have to get straightened up over the weekend there, see what that happened. And that got me thinking about this deal with the phone calls, the signal thing and all that with that Texas and whatever it was, which sounded more like to me like a brainstorming session. I just sent you an email, and I didn't know if you noticed the difference there or not, but that is me for the time being.
Yeah,
up over the weekend.
Mr. G, right?
Right.
Okay.
See, that's a moniker that G. Gordon Liddy used to use, and it's like, wait a minute, I would never try to masquerade as G. Gordon Liddy. He was quite the character. And by the way, he was a guy that liked to work on vehicles and stuff. And he had quite a story to tell about that too. The nickname escapes me right now. But that got me to thinking, okay, is my email going to somebody else and it being changed? Because originally it shows it doesn't. And that's what I was thinking about, the deal there with that phone call or email, I guess they were on. But was somebody trying to get a message through that Atlantic reporter, maybe his email or something or whatever, to, I think it was about the Houthi rebels and possible ways of attack, which you do a lot of brainstorming on that anyway. And the other thing is, was that something delivered, or was a counterintelligence people at work there? I mean, there's a whole lot of ifs that popped up in my mind. None had anything to do with security of the nation. So, so that was just kind of my thoughts on the situation. And you were talking about
let me
tractor pull.
Let me real quick share with you. I got an email from Pappy here just a minute ago, buddy, because this is right up the line you're asking about. He said I just watched a long interview with Waltz on the Moore Ingram show. He stated that nobody added this person on knowing it was this Goldberg. He said the app itself is secure. It's possible Goldberg's number somehow was placed into somebody else's contact list under somebody else's name that Waltz would not say who. This may have been some outside tech people, he said, are checking into this to find out exactly how this happened. Outside interference that kind of clears up anything that this guy was mistakenly added to the group. It appears Goldberg's contact number was actually under somebody else's name.
Oh, well, that was kind of my thoughts. So that's one of the things I'm going to be doing over the weekend, trying to get all this stuff separated out, plus pay my taxes. And but on that truck show, you were talking about there wasn't going to be a truck pull. I think they have to bring a certain type of dirt in there to that stadium to have the tractor pull, and then they take the dirt and take it out to the horse barns and all that type of stuff. I could be wrong on that, but I do know they have to have a certain type of dirt for that tractor pull, and maybe they just decided it was too expensive or something or whatever. Or, the diesel fumes can get pretty rank in there. Have you ever went to one of those up there at the stadium, the Coliseum there in Louisville at the fairgrounds?
I know they've got the big, like the vacuum, the evacuation thing that takes the diesel exhaust and spits it out the top of the convention center. Because when you can hear one of those big tractors pulling and you'll see that big billowing black smoke coming out of the roof.
Right. Well, it's just about as bad inside too. It does get out, but it can make your eyes sting a little bit. So that was just maybe just everything all together. The air quality, have to bring all that dirt in there and put it back out. But it does seem almost sacrilegious to have a farm show or a truck show or a tractor show and not have one of those pulls, because that used to really get a lot of people in there and they paid for it. So anyway, we're kind of short on time. But I just wanted to let you know that there. But apparently I'm not the only one thinking along that line, because of some of the stuff that I'd seen over the deals there with, what Waltz was talking about. They're separating it all out. So it might provide to be an interesting point. And, Trump has had problems with security leaks. And even back before Trump even thought about running for president, the New York Times posted that we had Osama bin Laden's cell phone number and was tracking him. I mean, who in their right mind would really want to publish that? So, that's, and the result of that was that Osama bin Laden gave his cell phone number to somebody else, or his cell phone. And so they were tracking another car, and basically they blew up that car while Osama bin Laden was escaping to Pakistan. So that's just a short version of that deal. So it seemed like there's something else that's close on time, and I'll let you go there.
All right. Yeah, you made in his email, he made a very good point. Based on what Trump dealt with in his first term, his first administration, right now, he said, this very well could have been maybe one of those who to trust and who not to trust things. The Atlantic reporter's views are known to this administration, so why he would be included on a group call, which appeared to be a brainstorming session. Just remember the D-Day deceptions. All right, enjoy the show. All right, thank you very much, Vic. Yeah, we'll do that. So this will be our last conversation live from the secret bunker till Monday night, Tuesday morning of next week. Hope to see you at the show there, Louisville, Kentucky, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We'll be there.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,